have access to it, they will show it every time they talk about the case. And they don't want it splashed across the press, and in fact, they're going not to let that picture into the hands of the press, the one that we didn't get to see and that the witnesses did.
Interesting. Media sensitive in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Thanks,
They
Jeff.
know who's watching.
Detective Furman pointed out a man's leather glove to me.
Showing you the exhibit that's marked as People's 9 for identification. Can you tell me if you recognize what's being shown in these photographs?
Yes, I recognize that.
What?
That's the walkway along the south side of the residence that has a chain link fence as a property boundary. And the C, D, and E represent the glove that was lying on the walkway there.
And does that represent, do those pictures in C and D depict the original condition in which that glove was found?
Yes.
And location?
Yes.
Was that glove significant to you?
Yes, it was.
Why?
It appeared it was a right-handed brown leather glove that appeared to be a match for the glove that the left-handed glove I'd seen at the original crime scene.
Now, after you saw that glove, excuse me, strike that. You were with Detective Furman when you saw that glove, is that what you said?
Yes, he took me back there.
Did you walk back out with him?
I believe I did. He went to get, I believe, Detective Lang or Detective Phillips to also show it to him.
So he took each of you back there to show the glove?
Yes.
Now, by the time you saw the glove, sir, well, let me ask you this. Can you point out the route you took back after you saw the glove?
After I saw the glove?
Right. After you saw the glove, where did you go?
Yes, I came from the location back in here. I came back into the front and onto the driveway out in here.
When you arrived at the location of 360 Rockingham, can you describe what the lighting conditions were in the sky? I mean, not the house.
When I first arrived there?
Yes.
It was dark.
By the time you had seen the glove and come back onto the driveway, what was the lighting like?
It was pretty light by then. It had begun to dawn and broken. It was light.
In that growing light, were you able to make any further observations?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw originally what appeared to be a blood droplet in the driveway. And I walked west in the driveway and observed several others that appeared to be leading from the area of where the car was parked.
And by the car, you mean?
The Ford Bronco.
And the blood drops, where did they appear to be leading from the Ford Bronco?
To the front door of the residence.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 8. Do you recognize what's being shown in this photograph? These photographs, excuse me.
Yes, I do.
I'm directing your attention specifically now to D, E, and F.
Yes.
What's being shown there?
Those are droplets of a red stain, ultimately determined to be blood, that were found in the driveway of the Simpson home.
Showing you also a series of photographs that have been marked as People's 6. Do you recognize what's being shown in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
I'm directing specifically your attention, sir, to photographs D, E, and F.
Yes.
What's being shown there?
That shows the driveway leading from Rockingham Avenue to the front door of the residence.
And do you see little, let me hold this with the cord to help you see your honor. In D, E, and F, I see little, what appear to be little pieces of paper.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What are those?
Those are identification numbers that are completed and placed there by the criminalist at my direction to photograph and and show the location of the blood droplets.
So those tags marked where blood droplets were found?
That's correct, yes.
If you know, sir, what time was it when you made the observation of those blood droplets in the driveway after you'd just seen the glove?
Again, I would have to estimate that. I believe it was around 6:45 or so in the morning.
Now, backing up for a moment, at the time just prior to the glove being found, what were you trying to do? What was your state of mind with respect to what you were doing there at 360 Rockingham just before the glove was found?
We were there to ensure that that all the occupants were safe, that a notification was made of the death of Nicole Brown, and that a disposition was made for the children that we had.
And to that end, I think you indicated before you were trying to locate the defendant.
Yes.
What steps did you take to locate the defendant while you were inside the residence?
I looked around the bottom area of the home, and at that time, telephone calls were being made. And during that period of time, I was informed that, I believe by my partner, that Mr. Simpson had been located in Chicago.
Now, when that was going on, what were you doing?
I was between the kitchen area and the bar area with Cato.
So this was all these events were kind of happening at once?
Yes. We were actually spread out. We were not all together all the time. And all these things are happening all at the same time. They were not a sequence of events, but a conglomeration of events that was occurring.
So while you were doing one thing, the other detectives were doing other things, and you were kind of all working at the same time.
Exactly.
After you saw the glove and on your way back saw the blood drops, then what was your state of mind with respect to what you had to do there at 360 Rockingham?
My knowing at that point that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago, failing to find any evidence of any forced entry or anybody injured or hurt at the location, I then changed. I began to feel that I had a scene there that was connected to the crime scene at 875 South Monday.
And in that regard, what did you do?
I instructed Detective Furman and other personnel at the scene there that this was now a protected scene, that it needed to be protected for investigation, and that I was going to secure a search warrant for the residence.
Now, had the criminalist arrived yet?
No.
So you had already secured the location for the purpose of securing a search warrant before the criminalist got there?
Yes, I did not leave the location at that point. I waited for the arrival of the chemist for a couple of reasons. I wanted to be sure that what I was seeing was blood, and I wanted to be sure that the evidence was protected. And in the Los Angeles Police Department, at murder scenes or crime scenes, criminalists collect and protect the evidence.
And that glove that you saw on the south side of the property that you've earlier identified in the photographs, were you concerned about loss of evidence on that glove?
Oh, definitely. The glove was in the elements, was outside. There could possibly be trace evidence on it, fiber, hair, what have you. Also, there was an animal, a dog, running loose in the residence lawn. And I wanted to make sure that it was protected before I left that scene.
Now, before excuse me, strike that. While all this was going on, do you know where Arnell was?
I believe she was in the house.
Was there still some effort being made at that time, if you know, to help the children be placed somewhere?
Yes.
Did the children ever arrive at the residence?
Yes.
Do you recall when?
I believe it would have been prior to 7:30, because that's when I asked for the place to be secured. Totally secured.
When you say totally secured, then what do you mean by that?
I asked Arnell and a friend of hers, Al Cowlings, that she'd call to help her pick up the children, if there was a place that they could go away from the residence to eliminate any possible contamination of any evidence that may be in the house. And they said yes. And at that point I asked them if they would mind doing that, and they said no.
Do you know when, do you know if Mr. Collins came and brought the children with him to 360 Rockingham?
No, I believe the sequence of events on that is, I believe a phone call was made to Mr. Cowlings after notification had been made to Mr. Simpson, who instructed, I believe, my partner to release the children to his daughter,
Arnell.
Sims. I believe she called Mr. Cowlings. He responded to the residence and took her to West LA to pick up the children.
What time did you leave the residence to secure this, to obtain a search warrant, sir?
Approximately 7:30.
At what point did you secure the house for the purpose of obtaining that search warrant?
Just prior to that, I asked him to leave. I asked him if they had a place to go to. I had the evidence protected earlier than that outside. In fact, I believe the criminalist arrived there shortly after 7 o'clock, and I showed him the physical evidence outside and left him instructions that it was to be protected, marked and photographed, and that the fact that there was a dog running loose on the compound, so to be very careful to protect the evidence.
So let me ask you this. What was the time frame between seeing the glove and the blood drops in the driveway and then securing the house for a search warrant?
Well, it's not a long time. I would say no more than 30 minutes total.
Could be less?
It could be, yes.
Okay, were you looking at your watch to time every event that occurred?
No.
So are the times you're giving us estimate?
Yes.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, sir, when you secured the house, when you made the determination to secure the house, was A.C. Collins already there, or did he come up later, if you know?
He was there because I spoke with him.
Do you recall seeing any children in the house before you decided to secure the house for a search warrant?
No, I recall seeing the children leave, but I didn't see them prior, I don't think.
You saw them leave from where?
From the home there.
Oh, you did? You mean from 360 Rockingham?
Yes, that's correct.
Who was taking them out?
Al Collins and Arnell Simpson.
But you didn't see how they got to the home?
No.
And that was when they were leaving pursuant to your request so that you could secure the house for the search warrant?
Yes, that's correct.
have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Van Adder. Or
Thank
good
you.
mid-morning. Good mid-morning. We haven't taken her out.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro.
Detective Van Adder, with your experience as a Los Angeles police officer, are you one of the more senior detectives in your unit?
Yeah, I believe only my partner has more time than I do in our unit, yes.
So between the two of you, you are the two most senior ranking people in homicide in Los Angeles Police Department. Isn't that correct?
No, in our unit.
As far as detectives in your homicide unit?
Yes, in our 12-man unit, yes.
And your unit is the special unit?
It's named Homicide Special Section, yes.
And it's special because you investigate special situations.
We investigate certain type cases, yes.
That are somehow defined as special.
Well, that's not always the case, Mr. Shapiro. A lot of times we handle any type of case. If there's an overload at one of the areas and they need help, we go pick up their cases too. So that's not totally true.
But in general, you told us if there is a serial murderer, that would come to your special unit.
Yes.
And if there was a high-profile person who was involved in a murder, that would come to your unit.
Most likely, yes.
And if there were murders of prominent political people, that would come to your unit.
Yes, most likely.
What other types of things would come to your unit that would be categorized as special, not overflow?
Very, very involved cases that the homicide detectives at the divisional level don't have the proper time or manpower to investigate those type cases.
So you get resources and time above and beyond what detectives in the substations get.
I don't know that I don't believe that half of that statement is probably true. We probably have more time than the average detective.
This is Peter Jennings in New York. Because we anticipate that in this cross-examination of Detective Van Adder, and then perhaps with one more detective at the scene, you're not going to hear anything that you haven't heard already. We're going to return to our regular programming for a while. We are going to come back at the beginning of the afternoon session in Los Angeles, which will be at 4:30 Eastern Time, 1:30 West Coast Time. We will be back in the interim if there is any evidence which is either new or particularly revealing. That is to say, if Kato Katie shows up again or Arnell Simpson is called to the stand, we will come back for that. But in the meantime, we are going to return to regular programming. I hope you'll join us then. I'm Peter Jennings in New York.
This has been a special report from ABC News. The state.
There are additional factors that are not included because of time constraints. In the initial report, you do a follow-up report. Is that correct?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to irrelevant.
Overruled.
A follow-up is done in general terms to attempt to explain what has happened. It's not a detailed description of the entire case.
An attempt to explain what has happened. Let me ask you this. Did you file an initial report outlining what you testified here today in an official LAPD, on an official LAPD form?
Same objection, Your Honor. What does it matter whether it's filed on an official form or the information is contained on a blank piece of paper? The issue is what information and what decisions were made and why they were made. This line of questioning is going to minutia as to whether or not a form was used or whether a blank piece of paper was used. I don't see the relevance.
Well, is the import of your question whether a specific form was made or whether, in fact, a report was prepared?
The import is clearly whether a report was prepared.
All right, the objection then is overruled. You can answer that, sir.
A follow-up report was prepared.
Was an initial report prepared?
I don't know what you mean by an initial report. There was an initial death report and crime report that was filed.
I'm saying an initial report of you and the 3 other detectives' activities at Rockingham. Did you file an initial report?
No.
You filed a follow-up report.
Yes.
How much later did you file the follow-up report?
Your Honor, objection. Objection irrelevant. Whether reports were filed at certain times and what forms were used, how can that be relevant to whether or not an appropriate decision was made under the circumstances to go over a wall?
Mr. Shapiro, are you expecting to offer some sort of information from a report that is at odds with what the testimony was here?
Yes, Your Honor.
So this is a foundation to that?
Yes.
All right. With that understanding, the objection's overruled.
You did follow a follow-up report, is that correct?
My partner did, yes.
And when was that done?
The date should be on the report. I don't know exactly.
Have you seen the report?
I've seen it, yes.
Did you participate in the writing of the report?
No, I did not.
Did you give any information that was later contained in that report?
I must have. We talk all the time.
Well, that's the purpose of the report, isn't it? What Van Adder did, what Phillips did, what the 4 detectives did there. One person writes the report, isn't that correct?
The purpose of the report is an overall view of the investigation.
And have you read that report for errors and omissions?
I've read the report. Not recently.
When you read it, did you find any errors or omissions in the report?
None that I recall.
If there were errors or omissions, as a detective, you would correct those with a supplemental report, would you not?
If there were errors, I don't know what you mean by omissions. Again, that's
Our
just a
continuous
general
coverage of the
overall
O.J.
report
Simpson
that
case will
gives a
continue on
general
CBS News.
outline of the investigation. I never did that, though.
I take it that your experience as a senior detective, that when the criminalist came out, you would want him to photograph the car.
Yes.
Again,
And you'd
objection.
want him to photograph the angle of the car.
Objection.
Excuse me just a moment.
The manner in which the investigation was conducted in terms of the collection of evidence has no bearing on the decision made to go over the wall. And objection is irrelevant.
Overruled.
And the angle of the car would be important for something for you to record with your criminalist, is that correct?
I had the criminalist photographed, yes.
And you had him photograph it from a position where we could later review the angle of the car, isn't that correct?
I wasn't there when the photographing was done.
Well, you're in charge of this, aren't you?
Well, I'm one of the co-investigators.
Well,
You're placing more importance on me than I have, Mr. Shapiro. I wish I had that much importance.
Well, who's in charge of this investigation?
Who's in charge of this investigation?
who's
The
in
Los
charge?
Angeles Police Department, where I work.
Okay, so Willie Williams is in charge, is that correct?
That would be the ultimate responsibility, yes.
And out in the field, who was in charge?
Myself and my partner.
And as far as collecting evidence, who's in charge?
We direct the criminalists to do that.
Okay. And you direct the criminalist and the photographer to take pictures, don't you?
Exactly.
Okay, did you direct the criminalist and photographer to take pictures of the Bronco?
I was not there when that was done.
Did you ask him to do it?
I asked the criminalist to have it photographed, yes.
Did you tell him why you wanted it photographed?
Yes, I did.
Or did you just leave it up to the photographer to take some pictures? Maybe take a picture of the tire, maybe take a picture of the gas tank?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
I mean, isn't it somebody's job to tell someone what type of pictures you should take?
They were told what type of pictures to take.
By whom?
I told the criminalist.
Thank you. And you've seen photographs of the Bronco as it was taken by the criminalist?
Yes,
And do those accurately depict the position of the car when you arrived?
yes.
They're not distorted in any way, are they?
Well, objection. That calls for speculation. I'm going to let the witness see the pictures that the counsel's referring to.
Sustained.
Have you seen the pictures?
Yes,
Are they
I
just-
can see the pictures right here.
Are there other pictures that were
For the
taken?
record, the witness is referring to photograph A of People's
Is that People 6,
six.
Your Honor? I believe so.
Have you seen any other photographs of the Bronco
Eight.
parked in a position that you observed it? when
I've
you
seen a
initially
number of
arrived?
photographs,
You've
yes.
seen those?
Yes.
And, well, you've answered the question. They properly depict what you observed when you
Well,
arrived.
objection. That's vague. As to
Do
which
they
photographs.
properly depict what you observed when you arrived?
I'm sorry.
Vegas
Mr. Shapiro, which photographs now are you referring to?
Any
Referring
photographs? I asked him a wide-open question. In the hundreds of photographs that were taken, have you seen any photographs of the Bronco at the scene at Rockingham? His answer was yes. My question now is, are those photographs accurate, and do they depict, any of these photographs, depict what you observed when you arrived?
Again, objection. Counsel is attempting to ascertain, apparently, whether any of the photographs taken depict the angle at which the rear end was jutting out. And unless this witness is permitted to review all of the photographs taken at this time, he's not going to be able to give an accurate answer. It's vague as to which photographs he's referring to. There are numerous.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, I'm not sure how many photographs we're referring to. There have been a number of photographs that have been utilized during the course of this proceeding. If you're limiting your question to those that have been marked, that have been shown, and that the witness can take a look at, I think that that's a fair question. But just broadly asking a question like the one you're asking with regard to photographs about which the court doesn't know what you're referring to, I think it's just overbroad.
The question is whether the witness does, Your Honor. And my question to him is a simple one. Were there any photographs taken that accurately depict the vehicle at the time you arrived?
Well, that was not the question, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be a new question.
Okay. You can answer that if you're able to, sir.
So I understand the question. Were there photographs taken that accurately depict
The position of the Bronco at the time you arrived at the scene?
I would have to say yes.
Thank you. Now, in the murder-up follow-up report on paragraph 3, it says the following. Peering into the locked vehicle's rear window, detectives observed a package with a label indicating a return address to O.J. Simpson Enterprises. A registration check of the vehicle revealed it to belong to Hertz Rental. Is that correct? Those are the observations that were made.
Yes, among a number of other observations.
Where in this report does it say that you or anybody else observed the shovel?
It doesn't.
Where in this report does it say that you or anyone else observed plastic?
It doesn't, but I observed it in the back of the car.
That wasn't my question.
I answered the question.
Thank you.
It doesn't, but I observed it in the car.
Motion to strike the last part is non-responsive.
Sustain us for the last portion.
Then it says, upon closer observation of the vehicle, detectives observed what appeared to be human blood near the handle on the driver's door. Is that correct?
If you're reading from the report, yes, that's correct.
And did you observe human blood?
I observed what I thought was blood. I thought it was human blood, if I can explain that.
No, my question is, did you observe human blood, yes or no?
What I believe to be human blood, yes.
You didn't put that in the report, that you believed it to be human blood, did you?
I didn't write the report. No, I didn't put it in any report.
And can you determine the difference between animal blood and human blood?
No, but based on my experience, and I can explain that very easily if you want me to.
I don't want you to.
Well,
Maybe the
Your Honor.
people might want you to. I want you to answer the questions I ask.
Your Honor, this is unfair. He's being questioned as an expert. He's entitled to explain his answer.
Well, he does, though, have to answer the questions that are asked. And Ms. Clark, you will have a chance to question the witness further if you feel some additional explanation is warranted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you describe the size of the blood that you saw?
It was a small spot, 1/4 of an inch.
And did you look at it with the naked eye or with some type of magnifying glass?
My naked eye.
Did you use some type of light to illuminate it?
Flashlight, yes.
Do you wear glasses?
I wear reading glasses, yes.
Did you use your glasses to look at this?
Yes.
And were you able to distinguish this from any other type of red stain as being human blood?
I believed it was blood.
I'm saying, my question was, were you able to distinguish this from any other type of red stain?
I believed it was a red stain. I believed it was blood.
Thank you. What about at the bottom of the door? Did you see any brush marks of what you believe to be blood?
No, I don't recall seeing that.
And that's not recorded anywhere in any of the reports, is there? Is that?
I don't know.
And that wasn't called to your attention by anyone, was it?
I don't recall seeing that. I can't answer the question.
When you and the three other detectives went to Mr. O.J. Simpson's residence, did you inform the communications division of your intentions?
I don't believe so.
Is
I
that-
didn't personally.
Did anyone to your knowledge?
No.
Is that standard procedure?
I very seldom inform communications division of my movements.
I just asked you if that's standard procedure.
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Sustained.
If somebody told you from Bunday to take Bunday to Sunset, take Sunset towards the beach to Rockingham and turn right on Rockingham and go 2 blocks, could you follow those directions?
Yeah, I believe I could, yes. Bundy makes a funny turn there, but yes, I believe I could.
Well, could you follow that funny turn or not?
Well, I think so,
Objection,
yeah.
argumentative.
Sustained.
Could you find Sunset Boulevard from where you were? Without any directions?
From where I was on
From the
Bundy?
Bundy location, could you find Sunset Boulevard?
Yes, I worked that division for 3 years, yes.
Was all your work completed at the crime scene by the time you left to go to the Rockingham address?
No.
How many officers were at the crime scene that were higher ranking than you at the time you left?
That were higher ranking than me?
Yes.
I believe 3.
Who were they?
My lieutenant, John Rogers, and I believe a lieutenant and a captain from West Los Angeles division.
What are their names?
I don't know.
Would you check the chronological record that was done by your partner and see if they were there at the time you left?
Objection,
Certainly.
Your Honor, what is the relevance of who was present at the crime scene?
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, this all goes to credibility and impeachment. We're going to show that the 4 officers that were in charge of this crime scene left the crime scene with a very short period of time without properly preserving the crime scene, not to go to the Simpson residence for an emergency, but to go there because of the celebrity nature of Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Shapiro, the specific names of the higher-ranking officers that were present at the crime scene, I don't see that that's relevant.
The question is, was anybody left there? That
Well,
was
the
secure?
testimony was there were 3.
Okay. Would you check your chronological record to see if, in fact, there were 3 people higher ranking than you at the time you left the crime scene to go to Rockingham?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you leave somebody in charge of the crime scene when you left?
Yes,
Who'd you leave in charge?
my boss, Lieutenant Rogers.
And did you tell him what to do, or did he tell you what to do?
We informed him that we were going to go up there to make a notification and attempt to make a disposition for the children, to secure that crime scene and maintain the security with the uniformed officers that were there, and that we would be back.
So it was now his job to secure the crime scene, and you were going to make your notification and find some place for the children to go.
Well, the crime scene was secured before I ever got there, hours before I ever got there, so it was under security the whole time.
To continue that security.
Exactly.
And then 4 detectives were going to make a notification.
Yes.
How many detectives does it take to make a notification?
I don't know. I think that would depend on the situation that you were in. I don't know. 1, it could take 10 if there's certain situations. I don't know.
Well, in this situation, when you were going to O.J. Simpson's residence, how many detectives do you think were necessary to make the notification?
Myself and my partner went up there, and we were accompanied by Detective Furman and Detective Phillips.
No, I know that was the fact. My question is, how many do you feel was necessary to go to make the notification?
I don't think I ever even considered that. How many do I think it's necessary to make a notification?
Yes.
Well, normally we go in pairs for a number of reasons. Number 1, we have 2 people that are privy to the information, plus for our own personal safety. We don't go places by ourselves. So a minimum of 2, and the other 2 officers went with us, which is not unusual.
So 4 people to make a notification.
As the defense continues trying to prove
that the police officers have not told the truth, we pause for these messages.
Of the 4 detectives that you had, did any of you
Objection,
think
Your
of
Honor.
going to Mr. Goldman's house?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant with respect.
Sustained.
When you got to the Simpson residence, you went to the buzzer?
Yes.
And upon arriving there, did you notice any other vehicles other than the Ford Bronco?
Yes.
What other vehicles did you notice?
There was another vehicle parked on Ashford, and I don't recall the description of it, but there was another vehicle parked on Ashford.
Did you take photographs of that vehicle?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you observe that vehicle to see whether there were any things that looked like red spots on it?
The vehicle just appeared to be a vehicle parked there at the curb.
Did you look into that vehicle?
I didn't personally know.
Did any of the other 3 detectives, to your knowledge, look into that vehicle?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Did you check the license plate on that vehicle and see who it was registered to?
You know, I believe that was done, yes.
Who was that registered to?
I believe the vehicle, if I recall correctly, I believe the vehicle belonged to Mr. Kalin.
But you didn't take any steps to photograph or preserve that vehicle, did you?
Not to my knowledge.
How many times do you recall that you rang the buzzer in an attempt to notify Mr. Simpson?
How many times?
Yeah. Did you ring it once?
Several. I couldn't tell you how many times.
Would you describe this? We've heard testimony about it. Would you describe what it is that you...
Sure. It's like a little square speaker box that has a button. And you press the button, you can hear the phone ringing inside the residence.
And you could clearly hear it ringing?
Yes.
How many times did it ring approximately? And this is not a great moment to be accurate, but did it ring just once, or does it continue to ring with each press?
No, it rings, you press the button, it will ring, and again, this is an estimate, maybe 6 to 8 times, and then stop ringing. You push the button, it starts the cycle again.
And you did this for 10 to 15 minutes?
At least, yeah.
Did you hear more? Could you tell whether more than one phone was ringing?
No, I could only hear the one.
But, and how far away were you from the house when you were doing this?
I could make an estimate of maybe 50 to 75 feet.
That ringing was pretty loud.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Did you think that if you called on a telephone, it would ring louder?
No, I just thought maybe someone would answer the telephone.
Well,
There was just another attempt to try and locate someone.
didn't this appear to be the telephone ringing?
This appeared to be the intercom for the gate system, yes.
It did appear to work on a telephone.
I heard ringing.
No, you believed that a telephone was ringing, didn't you?
I think we're arguing a point. Something was ringing inside. I didn't know whether it was a telephone or whether it was an intercom system that rang to alert someone that there was a person at the front gate. I heard ringing, Mr. Shapiro.
Does the Los Angeles Police Department have the capabilities in an emergency situation of getting home phone numbers of people who may have unlisted numbers?
Not necessarily. When you have a non-published number, normally you need a search warrant to get that information.
Have you ever heard of something called a reverse directory?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
What is that?
That's a directory that has published phone numbers that coincide with addresses in it.
So you look up the address and you find the phone number.
If it's a published number, yes. If it's a published phone number.
Did you take any steps to go through official Los Angeles Police Department channels to try to ascertain the home phone number of Mr. Simpson?
Did I personally?
Yes.
No, but I'm aware of official steps that were taken.
Did any of the other 3 detectives at the time you were at the gate try to do this?
Yes, Detective Phillips contacted the West LA Watch Commander, who also made contact with West Tech Security.
So that was the only way of doing it, just through West Tech?
That was all we could do at that point, yes.
Speaking of West Tech, when West Tech was out there, did you or your partners there ask if asked the West Tech representatives if they were routinely notified when Mr. Simpson was gone for the house for a day or more.
I never asked that question.
What about the other three officers?
I don't know.
Did it ever occur to you that even though Mr. Simpson might have a full-time maid, that she might have a day or two off during the week?
People have days off. I never, we were told that there was supposed to be a full-time live-in maid.
By whom?
By West Tech Security.
And does a full-time live-in maid to you mean 7 days a week, 24 hours a day?
I don't know, sir. I've never had a maid.
Did you ask them whether she had any scheduled days on or off?
I didn't know.
Did any of the other three detectives ask that?
I don't know that.
After there was no response from the attempts at the telephone and ringing the buzzer, did you try to use any type of amplified speakers or microphones to get the attention of Mr. Simpson?
No.
How long after you were ringing the buzzer did you make the observations of the red blotch on the Bronco?
That would have been within the first probably 10 to 20 minutes of being there.
After ringing the buzzer?
No, after getting to the location.
So you went to the Bronco first?
I saw the Bronco as I pulled in. I didn't ring the bell for the continuous time. I rang at some of the other detectives rang at some.
And then you started looking at the Bronco?
I looked at the Bronco when I first drove in, and then after ringing the bell a few times, I went around again and looked at the Bronco, and that's when I observed the items in the back of the car.
No, my question is, when did you observe the blood on the Bronco?
Within the first 10 to 20 minutes when Furman came and took me back.
Of being at the scene? Of arriving at the scene?
Probably in that time frame, yes.
And is that reflected in any notes or any logs?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that an important part of this investigation?
That was a part that was continuing there, yes.
Is that an important part?
Yes.
And is that something that should be noted as to the time of discovery?
Well, it's something that, again, if I can explain the situation, we have an emergency situation. We're not able to stop.
Your Honor.
May I finish my answer, sir?
I have an objection.
He has an objection to his own question.
No, I don't think he's objecting to his question. I think he's objecting to your answer. Detective, I believe that the question was, should the time of that discovery have been noted in your
And I'm
records?
trying to explain why it isn't, Your Honor, if I may do that.
No, my question is not why it isn't. My question is, should it have been?
Well, that goes to why it is or is not, Your Honor.
Well, first let's have the answer to should it have been, and then we'll hear your explanation.
I can't say yes or no to that. That depends on the circumstances that you're in. If you're in a gun battle someplace, you don't have time to say, hold on a second, let me write this time down. If you have an emergency situation, you don't have time to break and say, hold on a second, I need to record all of this. In this situation, it was not recorded because I didn't feel at that point that I could stop and start taking notes because things were happening too quick.
Did you hear any noise from inside the residence that caused you concern that somebody might be dying?
I heard no noise at all outside the ringing, and that caused me concern because I believe people should be there.
And your sole purpose at this time was to notify somebody of a death and to find the father of the children?
At what time, sir?
At the point in time that you're at the residence for the first 15 minutes.
Before observing the blood?
Well, you said you observed the blood immediately and then went and rang the bell.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Isn't your testimony that the bell was rung for 15 minutes and within the first 10 minutes you observed the blood?
No. That's not true.
Let's go over that. When did you observe the blood?
I got to the location. We went to the Ashford side, parked the vehicles, got out, attempted to ring the bell. Telephone calls were made to West Tech Security. They actually ended up sending 2 units to the location. A telephone call was made to the watch commander at West LA Division. And during all of this occurrence, Detective Furman come to me and said, "I think I see blood on the vehicle." And he walked me over there. This could have been 10 minutes into it. It could have been 30 minutes into it. I can't tell you exactly.
Well, you could tell us because you made a telephone call to the watch commander.
No. I can't tell you exactly because all of this is occurring. This is not a sequence of events, Mr. Shapiro. This is a group of things that are occurring at the same time.
So right at the time the blood is spotted, you determine this to be an emergency situation, yes or no?
Right at the time it's spotted. I believe I was getting to that frame of mind prior to that because of the prior information that I had, the fact that I had left a very brutal murder scene that's very close to this location, the fact that one of the victims has a connection to Mr. Simpson. I think I was getting in that frame of mind before I ever saw the blood. I think seeing the blood was the trigger that caused me to make a decision to go over the fence.
What was the time of death of the decedents to the best of your knowledge at the time you were at Rockingham?
The time of death? Well, I can only tell you that I was informed that I believe they were found or discovered at approximately 0010 hours, which would be 10 after midnight.
And
the time of death, I would have no idea.
It was sometime before, but certainly not after.
Obviously, sometime before 0010 hours would be time of death, yes.
And what time did you decide to scale the fence for the emergency at the Simpson house?
I believe it was very close to 6 o'clock, around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Now, you went over there. When you scaled the fence, you believed that there may be hostages inside. Is that correct?
I believe there may be a whole set of circumstances.
Well, let's take them one by one. Was one of the set of circumstances you believed that there would be hostages inside?
I can't answer that yes or no. There could have been 1,000 scenarios of that situation.
And you can't
the
tell
facts, may I finish, sir? The facts that lead me up to going over the wall included a set of facts that led me to believe that this was an emergency situation.
Can you tell us whether or not you believe there was a hostage situation, yes or no?
That could have been a possibility, yes.
And if there was a hostage situation, would you notify communications for backup?
If I was totally aware of that, that would change the entire circumstances of that entry into that location. What you're talking about is you're taking a tactical field situation and equating it to an emergency field situation, which is 2 different set of circumstances.
Did you believe that there was the possibility of people at the residence or on the grounds bleeding to death?
That was a possibility, yes.
If you truly believed that, would you call communications and ask for paramedics?
Not until I made sure that that was a safe location, no.
If you were concerned about your safety, would you go in with backup units?
Definitely.
Did you go in with backup units?
No.
If you were concerned about your safety, would you go in with vest?
Definitely.
Did you go in with vest?
No.
If you were concerned about your safety, would you go in with weapons drawn?
If I was, yes.
Did you go in with weapons drawn?
No.
Your Honor, before we go into another area, which may be more lengthy, perhaps this might be a good time. It's a few minutes early. May I suggest a break?
All right. Detective Van Adder, thank you. Please don't discuss your testimony with any other witness. And I'll see counsel in chambers, please. Recess till 1:30.
And so concludes the morning session of this evidence suppression hearing in the O.J. Simpson case. This is not, in legal terminology, a preliminary hearing. This is a suppression hearing. Lori Levinson in Lake Tahoe.
defense counsel has been hammering at this morning is that these officers did not put in their reports all the details which they now say led them to believe it was an emergency situation. They also didn't act as one might in an emergency situation. They didn't fear for their safety, which seems to indicate that maybe they didn't believe that the perpetrator was actually on the scene. But it still leaves...
Detective Van Etter, I'm kind of curious. You said that you were very surprised by a maid not being there on the property. And that you didn't, on cross-examination, I think you indicated that you did not consider the possibility that she would have some days off. Did you expect someone to always be on that property?
Well, from the appearance of the property with lights on and vehicles parked there, yes, I thought someone was there.
And when you say vehicles parked there, you mean the one on Rockingham, the Bronco outside?
Well, that, as well as two other vehicles that were parked inside the compound in the driveway, which would be on the Rockingham Drive.
There were multiple vehicles inside the driveway?
There were two other vehicles that I could see, yes.
And you could see that from the Ashford Gate?
Well, no, I saw that from the Rockingham Gate. When I walked over to that area, I could see it.
When you walked over and you were looking at the Bronco?
That's correct, yes.
You could see through that gate?
Yes.
Can you show us on that defense diagram where you saw those other cars?
Certainly. The vehicles were parked up in this area here, which is the little jut out that looked like a parking area for vehicles. And looking through the gate, you could see the vehicles parked there.
For the record, the witnesses pointed to an area that is actually just above what's marked the word driveway on the diagram. That is the southernmost portion of the property. Sir, counsel was asking you about using the chronolog forms.
Yes.
What is the difference between a blank piece of paper and the form that you use for your chronological log?
Nothing, except there's lines on the chronological log, and there's a heading that says chronological log.
So the difference between a blank page and the chronolog form is horizontal lines and a heading?
Yes.
What information is usually required to be on a chronological log? When you make an entry, what are you supposed to put in that entry?
The entries are mainly very general entries as to the day and quite possibly the time that you make a follow-up, but you never put the information that you receive from that on the log.
That just records what you did, not the results of what you did.
Exactly.
And did you look at the chronological log that's been compiled so far in this case?
When it was in front of me, yes.
Okay. What information, what is the difference between what you've got on these blank pages written down in the chronological log than you would have had on the form with the lines on it?
There would be no difference.
So you got the same information on this chronolog that you would have had you used the form with the horizontal lines and a heading?
Yes.
Now, the photographs of the Bronco, I wonder if I could inquire of the clerk, do we have the defense exhibits here? Could you bring them? Thank you. How many pictures of the Ford Bronco in its position on the street were taken, sir?
I don't know.
More than one?
Several, I would say, yes.
Do you remember what each and every one of them look like right now?
No, I do not.
You requested the criminalist to make sure that photographs were taken of that Bronco. I think
yes.
You so testified. What was your intention with respect to taking those photographs of the Bronco?
To document any evidence and the location of the vehicle and the identity of the vehicle.
Defense exhibit I don't know which one this is, Your Honor. Which one?
Is that the one that has 4 photos on it?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is F.
Thank you very much. Showing you Defense Exhibit F. Do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's 4 pictures labeled 1 through 4 of different perspectives of the same vehicle, the Ford Bronco.
Okay, and showing you Defense Exhibit C. Do you recognize what's shown there?
Yes, I do.
What's shown there?
That's the Ford Bronco, the west wall, and Rockingham gate to Mr. Simpson's residence.
Looking at those photographs, sir, defense counsel, I think, asked you whether the pictures taken of the Ford Bronco at your direction through the criminalist were accurate pictures of the position of that car as you saw it on Rockingham. Do you recall that question, sir?
Yes.
With respect to whether or not the car had been moved from the position in which you first observed it, is it the case that the car was not moved before those photographs were taken?
The car was not moved.
Can you see in those photographs the angle that you've described for us earlier with the rear end jutting out a little bit, appearing to have been parked in haste?
Yes, I can.
Show us where.
If you look at pictures number 2 and number 4, it shows the front wheel of the vehicle to be setting actually on the paved curb section, part of the paved curb section and the asphalt, and the back wheel, the passenger side, to be strictly on the asphalt, farther west than the front wheel.
And are either of the wheels up next to the curb?
No, they are not.
I think you earlier indicated that at some point you saw the children leaving the house.
Yes.
Do you recall what transpired in terms of arranging for their care and custody while you were in the house on 360 Rockingham?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell us?
After Detective Lang had a conversation with Mr. Simpson, Mr. Simpson had indicated to Detective Lang that he wished the children to be with his daughter, Arnell. She was notified of that, contacted Al Cowlings. He responded to the location, and they went to West Los Angeles Division and picked up the children.
Do you know when the children arrived at 360 Rockingham with Al Cowlings?
I know approximately. It would have been around, I believe, around 7 o'clock in the morning.
And how long after that did you determine that the area should be sealed for the purpose of securing a search warrant?
I had actually come to that conclusion a little earlier than that. I was waiting for the criminalist to respond there to do a presumptive blood test for me, and after that was done was when I closed down the area and secured the area.
And you closed down, do you remember what time it was approximately when you secured the area?
It would have been between 7 and 7:30. I left the location approximately 7:30, so it was before I left there. So it would have been sometime in a range of probably 7:10 to 7:15, something like that.
Shortly after Al Cowlings got there with the children?
Yes.
Counsel asked you on cross-examination about tactical support, I think it was mentioned, with respect to, in that instance, the effort made to take the defendant into custody. Do you recall that question, sir?
Yes, I do.
How is that situation different from the one that you found confronting you at 360 Rockingham in the early morning hours of June 13th?
Well, a tactical situation is totally different from the situation we were facing there. I believe this to be an emergency situation which requires, I felt, action to be taken. A tactical situation is if you have a location that you know you have a suspect, a hostage, or whatever. If these are known facts, you immediately request uniform to respond. You notify a supervisor. Detectives are required to put on vests and what we call raid jackets, Los Angeles police raid jackets that readily identify us as police officers. This was not this situation at all. This situation was something that I felt was an emergency that needed to be handled immediately.
And in this situation, did you believe that you were pursuing a suspect into the residence at 360 Rockingham?
I really didn't know what I was pursuing in there. I had no specific suspect in mind at that point. My main feeling at that point, coupled with all the information I had, was this was a situation that someone could be injured. We could have another murder scene. We could have a murder-suicide scene. We could have people that needed assistance. And that was my feeling.
So would it be fair to say, sir, that you were concerned not so much for your safety, but for the safety of someone else you might find inside the compound?
Sustained.
Were you concerned for officer safety at the moment you decided to go over the wall?
Not at all. I wouldn't have let anybody enter that location the way we were with that if I felt there was a safety problem at that time.
Well, if you were concerned for someone else's safety, sir, why didn't you call an ambulance right then, before you went over the wall?
I would never call an ambulance until an area has been cleared and secured. I don't want to bring someone else in that could be in danger. I wouldn't do that.
So until you found out what you had back there, you were not about to call an ambulance?
No, not until I assessed the situation and actually knew what I was dealing with. At that point, again, I didn't really know what I was dealing with. I had certain knowledge that gave me a feeling that this was an emergency situation and something that had to be dealt with immediately. And at that point, I didn't know whether I had people down. I didn't know whether I had, again, another scene, someone injured. I didn't know.
Yes.
Asked earlier, sir, about the method in which Ronald Goldman was notified, and how long it took to do that.
You mean the family of Mr. Goldman?
That's correct.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And when you arrived at the crime scene at about 4 a.m., were you aware of the identity of the male victim who was found near Nicole Simpson?
No.
Was anyone, to your knowledge, at the crime scene aware of his identity?
No.
At what point was his identity made known to you?
I actually found out his identity while I was at West Los Angeles Station. It would have been somewhere between 10 and 11 o'clock that the coroner's representatives had responded to the location, and they had identified him from identification that was on him.
So when the coroner's investigator arrived and found identification on him, that's when his identity was determined?
That's correct.
Do you know what time that was approximately?
Well, I got notification while I was at West LA Division. It would have been after 10 o'clock, I'm sure then.
With respect to, let's say for a moment that you knew that there was a suspect in 360 Rockingham Avenue, what would you have done?
Objection, house respect.
Not, this is an expert witness, Your Honor, who knows, he's describing actually the distinction between the situation he was confronted with and that which he was questioned by Mr. Shapiro.
Are you asking how he would have handled it differently if he was pursuing a suspect and he knew he was pursuing a suspect before he entered the premises?
Yes, Your Honor.
The objection's overruled.
Well, that would have become a tactical situation then. I would have made notification to the West Los Angeles watch commander, requested uniforms to respond to the location. I would have placed officers around the residence to secure the residence. I would have had the detectives there put on vests and raid jackets, and I would have contacted probably our Metropolitan Division to have special negotiators come out and try and talk the suspect out of the location.
And nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, regarding the Ford Bronco, at some point in time, did that vehicle have some evidentiary value in and of itself?
Yes.
When did you determine it had evidentiary value?
After looking at all of the scene that I saw there, and as it began to lighten up that morning after seeing the blood trail in the driveway, I could see into the vehicle and see additional blood inside the vehicle, and at that point it became a very important evidentiary item.
What time was that?
Probably around the right after I saw the blood trail in the driveway.
What time was that?
That would have been, again, I will have to estimate, that would have probably been around 6:45 to 7 o'clock, something like that.
And what steps did you take to secure that vehicle and preserve the evidence?
I instructed the detectives that the vehicle was to be impounded, it was to be guarded, and I told the criminalist who responded at 7:10 that it was of evidentiary value to photograph, obtain any items of evidence that he could from the outside, and to protect the vehicle.
Were your instructions followed?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did you have any reports that the media surrounded the car, they couldn't keep the media away from it, and coffee cups were put on the car and coffee spilled?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
What do you mean by securing the premises?
In what context?
It's a term you use. You used that all this morning. I secured the premises. What do you mean by that?
Well, in a literal sense, that's a police term that's used. In a literal sense, it can mean a couple of things.
What did you mean by it when you used it this morning?
Okay, what I meant this morning is a check of the location to make sure that everything's okay, that there's no forced entry into the home, that there's nobody injured, that there's nobody down, or nobody in need of assistance.
What time did you make that determination, that the residence was secure?
What time did I make the determination that it was secured? That again would have been, I believe, after walking back outside and being notified that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago, that he had been talked to, and that he was en route back to Los Angeles, that the maid was not present at the location, and that nobody else was found there, and that would have been probably 6:45 to 7 in the morning.
You later determined that the bedrooms for the house itself, not the guest bedrooms, but the main bedrooms, were on the second story, did you not?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, anything else?
Well, Detective Van Adder, if you were concerned, sir, about the welfare of people inside the residence, why didn't you go upstairs and look to see if somebody was up there?
I had determined before I had a chance to do that, that the main person that we were concerned about, in fact, the main two people we were concerned about, Mr. Simpson and the maid, were accounted for, and was also told that there was no one else at the location.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, anything further?
No.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, except the attorneys. Next witness.
Philip Van Adder, who is a seasoned Los Angeles homicide detective, has had a very trying day on the witness stand. He was in charge of the investigation there, and he was walked into a swamp of some confusion by Robert Shapiro, and then Marcia Clark, the prosecutor, tried to walk him out of that this afternoon.
Evidence with regard to this motion?
Yes, Your Honor. The first piece of evidence that we will present is already part of the court record, and that's the search warrant affidavit.
There'll be an objection.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I thought you proceeded.
That has been signed under penalty of perjury by Detective Van Adder, and is part of the court record and part of the proceedings that will be filed with this court. We'd like the court to consider that. In addition, we want to call the criminalist for the Los Angeles Police Department, Mr. Fung. And we have two other civilian witnesses, three other civilian witnesses.
All right. Ms. Clark, with reference to the search warrant affidavit, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. First of all, I think that Mr. Shapiro has failed to lay a foundation. He has not questioned the detective concerning whether this affidavit was written by him or he is the affiant or this is the search warrant for this location. That would be easily laid, but he's failed to do so. Secondly, it's not an issue. We are not litigating this search warrant, and any of the assertions contained therein do not pertain to the state of mind that was prevailing at the moment the decision was made to go over the wall. That is the only state of mind and the only set of circumstances that are now an issue before this court. Therefore, this warrant and any vermins that are contained therein are irrelevant.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, the warrant, the copy that I have is a warrant signed under penalty of perjury by Philip L. Van Adder, who I believe is the witness here, since he describes himself as being the same person who testified as a police detective in the Los Angeles Police Department assigned to robbery and homicide special section, and he's been a police officer for over 25 years. If there is another Van Adder who has such similar credentials and has been employed with the same exact name and same badge number, then we will take the court's time to establish the foundation.
Mr. Shapiro, what is your legal theory for the admissibility of this document?
This document is evidence. This is evidence that is sworn under penalty of perjury that is part of the official court record of this case. There are, in this warrant, in our opinion, 4 material misrepresentations that go to impeach the credibility of Detective Van Adder in his testimony here today.
All right.
It is only for the purpose of impeachment.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, basically this document is hearsay. The fact that it is declared to be true under penalty of perjury does not relieve it from the category of hearsay, and for an exception to apply, and there may be some exception to certain portions of that warrant or the affidavit, I don't know that, but if there are some inconsistent statements with the testimony here, conceivably portions of that may in fact be admissible, but just to offer the affidavit as such in a whole is hearsay without any exception, and so I'm going to sustain the objection unless you intend to do more. Yes.
Under Proposition 115, that is not a valid objection without being discussed with the court. Number two, all...
Well, just a minute. I'll let you speak, Mr. Shapiro, but Proposition 115 does not apply to a suppression motion. So the hearsay exception under 115 would not apply to the suppression motion.
I believe all relevant evidence is admissible, and that hearsay evidence on a prior inconsistent statement is an exception to the hearsay rule and would be admissible. We'll submit the matter to you.
All right. On just the basis of the affidavit, offering that without any sort of foundation, without any testimony from a live witness with regard to that statement, the hearsay objection and the relevance objections would apply, and I would not receive the affidavit in this form.
Your Honor, we'd like to recall Officer Van Adler, please.
All right. I think I've said this before. You remain under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Van Adler, are you the affiant in search warrant number 94-0093?
Yes.
And that's a document, a copy of which has been handed to me, which consists of, the affidavit itself consists of
Some of our stations will be leaving us along the NBC network, but we will have continuing coverage of this case of O.J. Simpson.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Did you wish to mark that as an exhibit?
Yes.
H.
Part of this case?
Yes.
Thank you. You executed this affidavit under penalty of perjury, did you not?
That's correct.
In the affidavit, you indicated the following. Detectives observed what appeared to be human blood, later confirmed by scientific investigation personnel to be human blood on the driver's door handle of the vehicle. Did you write that, sir?
Yes, I did.
When did scientific investigation personnel tell you that it was human blood on the door handle?
Objection, irrelevant. Your Honor, counsel is trying to backdoor a motion to traverse and quash, and as we've indicated earlier, nothing pursuant to the warrant is being offered. In order to get into issues concerning the validity of the warrant, something has to be offered by the people that was seized pursuant thereto, and it's not. The state of mind of this officer at the time he wrote the warrant is irrelevant to the state of mind that he had that bore upon his decision to go over the wall. And none of these questions concerning the veracity or the accuracy of the statements contained in this affidavit are relevant.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, Your Honor. We are only offering this for impeachment as it goes to credibility of this witness. Your Honor is going to have to make a decision on credibility.
Ted Wills, what does that mean?
Whether or not
Mr. Shapiro is saying that the officer in his search warrant affidavit lied to the judge in at least 4 instances.
To the judge?
To the judge that issued the search warrant. And that if this judge, the municipal court judge, finds that in fact the officer did lie to the judge that issued the search warrant, then the municipal court judge could also find that that officer is lying now.
And she's trying to avoid getting into it at all.
She's saying that this is for a later time when we deal with the search warrant. But Mr. Shapiro is trying to use the affidavit to impeach his credibility at this hearing.
And that's the only purpose for which it is used. We are not seeking to quash or traverse this search warrant or to do anything in regard with the search warrant. And in fact, quite the contra. We offered to use this without any testimony.
I was under the impression, Mr. Shapiro, that your offer of proof before indicated that there were some prior inconsistent statements I think you mentioned
That's
in this
correct.
Affidavit that would be inconsistent with the witness's testimony here in court. Is that correct?
Your Honor, some are inconsistent with his statements in court. I believe in court that he did testify that it was human blood. And I believe the affidavit, I don't believe, the affidavit says SID personnel found it to be human blood, and we will offer testimony from their own chemist that he did not come to that conclusion. So that, we would say, is a major question of credibility with this witness, and an out-and-out misstatement under penalty of perjury to the court.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's exactly not that. This witness has testified consistently. He believed it to be human blood when he was at the scene, and in the affidavit it contains his belief that it was human blood. If he's wrong, if he was wrong then, and he was wrong when he presented this affidavit as to what he believed the scientific investigations person concluded with respect to his testing, that he's consistent. Maybe wrong, but consistent. And there is no impeachment contained in this affidavit with respect to that point. And I once again do reiterate that the state of mind that this officer had at the time he was seeking to obtain the warrant has no bearing on the determination of whether or not exigent circumstances applied to permit the entry without a warrant at the time that it was made. All of the inquiry that I know Mr. Shapiro intends to go into concerning this affidavit is irrelevant to the circumstances that are confronting this court and the issues that are being presented here concerning the exigent circumstances. But at least with respect to that one showing, it certainly is not even an inconsistent prior statement.
The way I see it, Mr. Shapiro, is that if in fact there is an inconsistent statement with regard to something that the detective testified to during the course of the proceeding, then that would be admissible. But we're not going to create straw men to shoot down later that were not part of the testimony. So the objection at this point is sustained.
To that question, may I ask another question?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ullman, may I just confer with Mr. Ullman?
Yes.
Laurie Levinson, this plays as a dramatically important part of the suppression hearing, is it?
Your Honor, the real question,
Dan, it is important because the defense is trying to undercut the credibility of the officer, and they're having a hard time doing it by, after the fact, trying to use this affidavit.
In order to sustain a search. And if we have evidence that he lied on a search warrant in order to obtain that, that goes to his credibility here as to whether or not he would lie to sustain a search.
Mr. Shapiro, I'm not going to go into what I agree with the prosecution would amount to a traversal of the search warrant, since the prosecution has indicated that they are, in fact, not going to offer any of the evidence that was recovered after its execution.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's one other issue, and perhaps I'll just do it as an offer of proof. We would offer to ask this officer the following. Whether in the affidavit he submitted, he told...
Well, objection, Your Honor. I don't see an offer of proof as necessary. Either counsel may ask the question of the witness, and it's a proper question or not ask the question, but I don't see what is the purpose of making a record of an offer of proof as to questions that will not be posed.
Why don't you just ask the question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, did you, in your statement to the magistrate judge under penalty of perjury, indicate the following? It was determined by interview of Simpson's daughter and a friend, Brian Kalin. Simpson had left on an unexpected flight to Chicago during the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994, and was last seen at the residence at approximately 2300 hours, June 12th, 1994.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And if you have an objection to the question and ask that the answer be stricken as being irrelevant.
Overruled. Ms. Clark, do you have any questions for the detective?
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
We would call Mr. Fung.
Laurie Levinson, the prosecution having called its witnesses for the purpose of the suppression hearing, we now begin with the defense witnesses.
That's right. The prosecution feels secure in that they've explained to the court why they went in without a warrant, and now the burden is shifting over to the defense to attack the prosecution's explanation, in fact, using members of the LAPD to do so.
The fact that he has indicated, I believe, during the cross-examination of Detective Van Adder, that he intends to prove that the criminalist could not come up with a conclusion as to whether or not it was human or animal blood. There is no relevance to that inquiry at this time.
Well, I'm not going to require an offer of proof at this point in time. They've indicated they intend to call this witness, and I'll let you ask your questions, at least initially, and see if we're in relevant testimony.
Do we need to summon him? Is he waiting in the hall?
Cheryl Lefcourt.
What the prosecution is saying is that even if there wasn't human blood there, the fact of the matter is the detectives said they believed it to be human blood, and that was part of the makeup of the reasons why they wanted to enter under emergency circumstances. The defense is trying to show that it wasn't human blood and that this was part of a way to get in.
And as far as I know, the criminalist was never under defense subpoena. And if he had been, I certainly would have arranged for him to be here and assisted counsel in that regard, but I was not of the impression that counsel wanted to call him. In fact, I can't think of an admissible, a theory of admissibility for his testimony in any event, but that's irrelevant.
Yes, aside from the theory of admissibility, I do recall that we did discuss this in chambers. And so I believe that I heard that discussion.
Yes.
And I don't know that any specific dates or times
whether one
mentioned,
of the
but my
attorneys for the
recollection
people's
is
investigators,
that Mr. Ullman asked you whether
an expert
Mr. Funk was
on
going to be available.
blood samples,
And
should or should not be allowed to
believe
come
you
here and
indicated
testify,
that
and
he
we'll
would be.
pause
And then
to
secondly,
give our stations a chance to identify themselves.
when I asked, I believe
This is
Brian Cato Kalin, B-R-I-A-N, K-A-T-O-K-A-E-L-I-N.
Thank you. Mr. Ullman.
Thank you. Mr. Kalin, returning to the morning of Monday, June the 13th, were you awakened that morning by police officers?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us approximately what time they woke you up?
I think approximately between 5 and 6 a.m.
And where were you at that time?
in bed.
And would you indicate on the chart where your bedroom is located?
There.
All right, you're pointing to what is labeled Cato's room on the chart?
Yes.
All right. Now, how many officers were at the door?
Four. 4 officers.
4 officers? Now, what's the first thing they said to you?
Okay. There was banging at the door, and I was asleep, and I was startled, and I said, "Who's there?" They said, "The police."
Right.
That was the first word said.
Did you then go to the door?
Then I looked to make sure, and I just saw 4 guys in suits, coat and tie, and I opened the door. I put a shirt on and opened the door.
Right. And what's the first thing they said to you after you opened the door?
I don't know if the exact order, what was my name, and do I live here? Who else lives here? Came up, and I don't know, I was shaking, so.
Did they ask you any questions about the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson?
At some point, it came up, and I said Chicago.
All right. Was that in this initial conversation at the door when they awoke you?
I don't remember. There was a conversation where I said that, though.
So the first time you were asked where Mr. Simpson was, you told the officers he was in Chicago?
I said yes, he was in Chicago.
All right. Did the officers ever indicate to you any concern about a suicide or murder occurring on the premises?
Can you say that again?
Did the officers ever indicate to you any concern about a suicide or a murder occurring on the premises at Rockingham?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that they were concerned about any injured persons on the premises?
No.
Did they enter your room?
One officer went to my room.
Did they ask you about your clothing?
Yes.
What did they ask you?
He said, "What did you wear yesterday?" So I pointed out what I wore yesterday.
All right.
And he looked at it.
Did he pick up the clothing and examine it?
He picked up a pair of my shoes and examined it.
All right. Did he look at the bottom of your shoes?
Yes.
At some point, did he tell you to leave the room?
Objection. This has all been leading, Your Honor. This witness on direct, as I understand it.
Overrule as to that question. You can answer the question.
Oh, say it again.
At some point, did he ask you to leave the room?
Yes, at some point.
At what point was that? How long had he been in the room?
Well, I remember saying I thought OJ's plane had crashed or something and something was wrong, and I was talking to him, and I don't remember everything I was saying, but I think it was rattling. And after talking to him, he asked me to go out, and I was with the other 3 guys.
All right. And where did they take you then?
You know, in my room, when I walk out, there's...
Yes.
Okay, there's cement right there, right under the doorway. I was right there talking to them.
All right. And then did they take you to another part of the house?
Yes. After talking to me, I also pointed to Arnell's room. They asked me, who else is here? I said, OJ's daughter Arnell lives over there, so I pointed to her door.
And then did they take you to another part of the house?
Yeah, after they got Arnell.
Right. Did Arnell take some of the officers into the house?
I think so, because I don't have a key, so I know I didn't open it. So if someone did, I think so. I think she led them in the back doorway, and I followed.
Now, up to this point, had they informed you why they were there or what they were investigating?
No.
Did you give them any further information about Mr. Simpson's whereabouts?
Just in Chicago. That's what I knew. He went to the airport, went to Chicago.
Did they ask you when he had left for Chicago?
I think so. I don't remember. I think I probably said it.
Do you recall what you said?
That he took a limo to the airport to go to Chicago.
Did they ask you any questions about the Ford Bronco that was parked in front of the premises?
When I was inside the house, just asked where the keys were for the Bronco, if there was an extra set of keys. So I was looking for them, I couldn't find them.
And at some point, were you asked to leave the premises at 360 North Rockingham?
To wait outside on Ashford.
All right, and what time did they ask you to do that?
Approximately 7:30, 7:38 a.m.
Now, when you say wait outside on Ashford, you mean they actually asked you to just stand out on the street?
Well, I was let outside, and yeah, they asked me to kind of wait on Ashford, and they said I was going to be taken to another station. That two uniformed officers were going to take me down there, but it was for an interview.
And how were you dressed at that point?
I don't know if I had my pajamas on or not still. I might have. I think I had put my jeans on, but I know I had a blue shirt on. Blue.
Did they ever permit you to go back into your room after they asked you to step out of the room?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
I think to put pants on.
And you were accompanied by an officer at that time?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I was or not. I think I was on my own. I'm not positive.
Are there any windows in the back wall of your room?
The back wall of my bedroom, no. There's a bathroom that has a window.
Would you point out to us where that bathroom is?
Right here.
All right. And could you describe that window?
It's a window with a screen on it, and you turn a little handle to open it up, and it opens that way.
Swings out?
It swings out.
Was the window open that evening?
I usually don't have it open, so it probably was not opened.
Did you just turn a little crank and it opens it up?
Yeah, I only sometimes crack for a shower so the windows don't steam.
And you leave the crank in the window?
I leave the crank in the window.
Thank you. Nothing.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalin.
Good afternoon.
Now, you got woken up by the officers at about what'd you say, between 5 and 6 a.m.?
Yes.
What time did you go to bed that night?
I went to bed about 1:30 a.m.
So when they woke you up, you'd had maybe 3 to 4 hours sleep?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 hours sleep.
Were you pretty tired when they woke you up?
Yes.
Would you say you were a little bit disoriented when they woke you up?
Yes.
And a little bit confused about what these officers were doing here at your door at 5:30 to 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
Doesn't happen every day, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't happen every day.
Thank goodness. And when they woke you up and they said police and started asking your name and whether you lived there, were you a little bit taken off guard?
Yes.
But they were asking you who else lived in your guest unit? Is that what you understood when they were asking who else lives here?
I think I said it was O.J.'s house, and I lived in the guest house, and I mentioned Arnell's name was living there also.
Now, you had a conversation. Let me ask you this. You pointed out Arnell's unit at some point, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And some of the officers went over to that unit, didn't they?
Yes.
And one of the officers stayed with you, is that right?
Yes.
And while that officer stayed with you, he asked you about whether anything unusual had happened the night before, didn't he?
Yes.
And when he asked you whether something had happened the night before that was unusual, you told him about the thumps, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And then you went on to recount for that officer everything that had happened that night, including seeing the limo driver out there waiting for the defendant and seeing the defendant go to the airport. Is that right?
Say the question again, slower. At what point?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do talk fast. You were telling him all of the events that happened that night. Is that right?
Right. There was 2 separate times. So
I know that. So first you're talking about what happened that night with this one officer standing by your guest room. Is that right?
Right. I think that was, his name's Mark.
Mark. Okay. And you were telling him what had happened
Yes.
the night before June 12th.
Yes.
And when you told him what happened, did you tell him about the thumps?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell him about being scared and thinking it might be an earthquake or a prowler?
Yes, I did.
Did you then tell him that after hearing those thumps at some point, you went outside to go and check on what had caused those noises?
No, I don't know if that was Mark that time or not. It was a detective I told that to.
Might you have told, excuse me, let me finish. Might you have told that to Mark as well?
I might have.
Okay. And when you were telling that to Mark when you were describing what had happened to Mark at that time, were you still kind of scared about what had caused those noises?
That night I was scared the night in the sleep.
You mean
I was thinking about that noise pretty much all night.
So when you went to bed that night, you were still scared about the noises?
Yeah, I mean, I still wanted to know what that was.
And when those officers woke you up, did that make you concerned that maybe the noises you had heard were related to them being there?
You mean if they were doing the noise?
No.
What?
Then maybe they were there investigating what caused the noises also. Maybe they knew something about that?
Oh, I didn't think that.
You didn't put that together?
No.
But anyway, Mark, that detective, stayed back with you at the guest room and told him about the noises. Is that right?
I can't be 100% positive, but I did tell the story twice. Okay. And someone wrote down, I don't know which detective was out, wrote something down.
Okay. You told the story twice, and you know that one detective stayed with you while the others went with Arnell.
When I first came out of her room?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so you might have told that detective about hearing the noises on your guest wall. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, that bathroom window that you were talking about, how big is it?
It's, see this desk from about here to the end here, and about the same complete style. Not wooden, but it's the window. It's the same style, rectangle.
It's a rectangle.
So it's about 1 foot and 3.5 feet up. It goes that way.
High. Okay, so about 3.5 feet high and about 1 foot wide?
Yes.
And what side of the air conditioning unit is that on?
It'd be on the, if the air conditioning is facing that way, where the air would blow out, it'd be on the right of it.
No. Let's look at it. If you walk into your guest house.
Yes.
Actually, let's do it on the diagram. In your unit. Show us where the bathroom would be on this diagram, the defense diagram. For the record, can the court see where he's doing? For the record, he's pointing to the area that appears to designate a sink and a toilet. Alpha Cato's room. And where would the bathroom window be?
Right before you enter the bathroom.
And the witness has indicated a point just after the entry into the bathroom. And where would the air conditioning unit be? Okay. And you indicated that you heard the thumps come from where?
This area here.
The air conditioning unit. Would it be to the west side or the east side of the air conditioning unit that you told the officer you heard the thumps?
Oh, the thumps I heard to this side, to the
west side.
To the west side.
So that bathroom window was to the east of the air conditioner, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a narrow window.
Yes.
Now, when you went inside and spoke to the other detective, you were seated in the bar area, weren't you?
Yes, it was.
And then you told that detective about hearing the thumps on the wall, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you were still pretty excited about everything that was going on, including having heard the thumps the night before. Isn't that true?
I was excited about the night before.
About the thumps you had heard, about seeing the officers at your door?
Oh, yeah, everything, yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling that detective at that time, when you were seated in the bar, about the defendant being picked up by a limo that night, that he must have you thought he must have overslept because the limo was waiting a long time? Do you remember telling him that?
Yeah, I think I told the story of the entire night.
To the detective seated in the bar?
At the bar.
And to the best of your knowledge, as you were telling that detective, you thought that the defendant was in Chicago?
That he was in Chicago, yes.
Was it the detective at the bar that asked to see the keys to the Bronco?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember which one?
It wasn't at the bar when they asked that.
Where were you?
I was in the kitchen then.
Were you moving around the house pretty much once you went inside?
I mean, I know I think I put pants on at one point, but I don't know when, and I don't know. I remember going to the kitchen, and I remember the kids came. It was a lot of confusion for me.
You felt pretty confused and pretty disoriented that morning after having been woken up between 5 and 6 in the morning, is that right?
Yes, and I'll tell you about the kitchen.
Yeah, and you went into the kitchen at some point?
Yes.
Was Arnell there?
Yes.
And you spoke to Arnell at some point?
At some point, Arnell came in to bar area, went back, and I believe that's when she heard the news. I can't be positive, but it was just added to everything again.
It was a pretty confusing scene.
Yes.
And pretty upsetting?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Was it a police officer that told you about what had happened to Nicole Brown?
No.
Who was it that told you that?
I had heard it from the area in the kitchen, and Arnell kind of screamed. I was upset, and I heard that.
And you could not tell who was saying it?
No.
Was it Arnell?
I don't know if it was repeated to her. I mean, I can't be positive who said it to her, no.
But you heard it being said?
Yes.
Was it by a male voice or a female voice?
It was from her voice after she had heard it.
So you heard her reaction. You didn't hear what was being told to her.
Yes.
And from that, you deduced that what had happened to Nicole Brown.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you saw the defendant leave in a limo. Is that right?
Yeah, O.J. left in a limo at... Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Did you...
I'm going to oppose an objection at this.
Just let me ask you one thing. Are you going to be...
Oh, you know what? Let me just confer with both of you.
Your Honor, inasmuch as the purpose of these proceedings is to determine whether Mr. Simpson should be a defendant, we would object to the recurring characterization by the prosecution of Mr. Simpson as the defendant.
Well, whether or not he should be a defendant is a question, but right now he is the defendant in this case. So there's no... I don't see a problem with his being referred to in that fashion.
Thank you, Your Honor. You knew that he left in a limo that night. Is that right?
Yes.
You did not, of your personal knowledge, see him get on a plane for Chicago.
No.
Now, Mr. Kalin, you had been living there for about 6 months as of the night these events occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to have friends come over and visit you in that unit?
Yes.
And you were able to, in fact, have people spend the night with you in that unit, weren't you?
My choice, yes.
And you were able to use the pool facilities when you wanted to, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were also able to use the tennis court when you wanted to?
Yes.
And you were allowed to come and go as you pleased?
Yes.
Did you also perform chores and odd jobs for the defendant in return for being allowed to stay there?
No, he never asked me to do anything. I mean, if he said something, I would do it. But
Your Honor, I would
I didn't.
object to this as beyond the scope of the direct, unless counsel is making Mr. Kalin her witness again, in which case questions should not be leading.
Ms. Clark?
That's true, Your Honor. I'll take him on direct.
All right.
Thank you. And Mr. Kalin, did you perform any chores that the defendant would ask you to perform?
Can you say that again?
Yes. If the defendant asked you to do things around the house, would you do them?
Yes. If he asked me, I would definitely just do something.
What sort of things did he ask you to do?
He never asked me anything, really. If I wanted to feed the dogs, he just asked, can you feed the dog? Sure. But nothing, paint the house or anything, nothing like that.
No, I don't mean that. What's... That'd be quite a house to paint. What else would you do around there for the defendant?
But really nothing, unless he said so. There's nothing he really asked me to do. You know, feed the dogs is really about it.
That's all? Feed the dogs?
And barely that, yeah. That's it.
And what?
Barely even that. Just, you know, I kind of wanted to do that sometimes.
Did he ever ask you to watch the property for him or to stay on the property when he was gone?
No.
Did he ever ask you to go and pick something up at the store for him?
No. Well, Gigi, housekeeper, would ask me that sometimes. I do it.
Okay. Did you do odd jobs around the house, sir?
No.
No?
Odd jobs, feeding the dogs, is that odd
Feeding the
job?
dogs? Sure, anything
Sure,
that you
I would do that, but I would just do that.
What other things would you do?
I guess go to the store for Gigi if she needed something to be picked up. I think that's about it.
Anything with respect to the laundry or dry cleaning?
I would do that too, but my laundry.
Okay. Would you do anything for the defendant in that regard? Pick it up for him from the dry cleaners if you needed to?
If I needed to pick up something, I would, yes.
Did you do any babysitting for the defendant at any time?
Watch the kids, I would do that regardless, yes. You know, OJ wanted to golf and all, I'd volunteer to watch the kids, sure.
Or take them to the movies?
Sure, yes.
That would be part of taking care of the kids, right?
I'd take them to a movie if they wanted to go, sure.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ullman?
Mr. Kalin, you referred to the window in your bathroom as a narrow window?
Rectangle. It is a rectangular shape.
About 2 feet wide?
Objection, that mistake for testimony.
It's a question, Ms. Clark.
No, I'm asking you, how wide was it?
The wide, it'd be just like about, 14 inches wide. I think about 3.5 feet height.
All right. Is it wide enough so that you could stick your head out or your body out through the window?
If you crank the window enough in my room, I think you could stick your head out. There's a screen there also.
Mm-hmm. And does the screen come off from inside?
I don't know if it does. I think the screen comes off, but I don't know how it comes off.
Now, from that window, you can see into the walkway area behind your room, can you not?
If I'm sticking my head out?
Yes.
I've never done it. I can see outside the window.
Can you see into the area where the air conditioner is?
I think you could.
Now, when the officers were questioning you about what had happened the night before, you told them about the thumps you heard on the wall between 10 and 11 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you indicate that you had heard any unusual noises at all after 11 p.m.?
Nothing unusual, no.
All right. And you were in your room, essentially, from 11 p.m. until the officers woke you up at 5 a.m., were you not?
About 11:15 on. I was in my room. 11:15.
And there was nothing that led you to be alarmed about any unusual events on the premises after 11:15, was there?
Besides the noise? No, that's it.
Did you ask Mr. Simpson's permission to use the jacuzzi on the premises?
Yes, I did. That night I did, yes.
Actually, the first time you had used the jacuzzi was that evening before, is that correct?
Oh, I swam in the pool before, and you can swim into the jacuzzi and back, but I never actually sat down and had the jets on.
And about how often would you say you fed the dogs?
Certain times, twice a week. It was Gigi, the housekeeper, would sometimes just say, "Do you have time to feed the dogs?" I go, "Sure."
Okay. So it wasn't your regular responsibility to feed the dogs?
No, it wasn't my responsibility.
Just occasionally you were asked to do that?
Yeah.
By Gigi?
By Gigi, and sometimes I would just do it.
Well, essentially, would it be fair to say that you were treated like a member of the family?
Yes.
And when you took the kids to the movies, was that as a favor for Nicole?
I just liked doing it. I didn't think of it as being a favor at all.
Okay, but Nicole was the one who asked you to do that?
Yeah, Nicole would ask me to do it, or whoever would ask me, I would do it. I don't remember exactly who would ask me, but I would do it.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark, anything further?
One question. Mr. Kalin, you were not paying rent in terms of money, were you?
On Rockingham?
Right.
I was not.
Didn't you feel like you owed it to the defendant to do things around the house when asked in return for that?
Owed it? I mean, I did not mind at all. I didn't really think of it owing it. I just would do it.
You would do what he asked you to do?
If he asked me to do something, I would do it.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Ullman, do you want to have the last word?
No.
All right. Now, as to the motion, he is excused. I think you had reserved cross-examining him with regard to the preliminary hearing in general. Do you wish to do that at this point in time, or do you want to reserve that further? All right. Thank you, Mr. Kalin. You may step down. Your subject is being recalled, and please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Thanks. All right, we are going to take... Yes.
I ask that he not be excused with respect to either the motion or the preliminary hearing and remain on call as to both.
All right. You haven't been excused at all, but you may step down and I guess go back up those elevators to wherever you came from. All right, thanks. It's 2:45. We're going to take the afternoon break at this time until 3 o'clock.
Brian Cato Kalin testifying this afternoon, a fellow resident of the O.J. Simpson home, a friend of O.J. Simpson and his late wife. The questioning zeroing in on something that's been puzzling a lot of watchers of this preliminary hearing, and that is just what is the relationship here? What are the responsibilities of Cato Kalin in general? Became a bit clear this afternoon when he went down a laundry list, if you will, of various tasks he has and does perform for O.J. Simpson and in and around the Simpson home. There you see him leaving the witness and guest waiting area just outside the courtroom, as the courtroom now will break for their customary afternoon 15-minute recess. We will come back with a look at some of the testimony that has just taken place this afternoon. But first, we're going to pause for these messages.
Remember the ultimate test of a household cleaner? Well, we topped it with mustard, sauerkraut, chili, the works. On greasy surfaces like this, you wouldn't use a glass cleaner. And on glass, spray cleaners would leave streaks. But 409 Glass and Surface Cleaner cleans both. It cuts the grease and cleans the glass, even grease on glass, to a streak-free shine. 409 Glass and Surface Cleaner, a powerful grease cutter and a glass cleaner in one.
It's never fun to eat and run, to rush and eat too fast, 'cause you know it's gonna catch up with you at last.
For acid indigestion or heartburn with headache, nothing's faster than Alka-Seltzer.
Get yourself some Alka-Seltzer and you'll feel better fast.
Some greasy stains are too scary for washing in detergents alone. But with a built-in brush, Shout Concentrated Gel works deep into fibers to lift out stains from grass to grease. Want a tough stain out? Shout it out with Shout Gel.
What would you say if we said you could get 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, 2 sausage links, and 2 strips of bacon, anytime, day or night, Monday through Friday, for only $1.99?
Wow.
The Embers Double Play. A lot of food, a little price. What more can we say?
When I was a kid, if I ever saw an injured animal or just one loose on the street, I'd take it home and try and take care of it. We had so many stray cats and dogs running around, it drove my mom crazy. I never stopped caring about animals. Unfortunately, I was able to turn it into a career. Now I'm a veterinary technician and doing something that I love.
Become a veterinary technician. Medical Institute of Minnesota, 924-3500.
Hearing coverage in the O.J. Simpson case, and during the duration of this, we've had 2 gentlemen joining us from our NBC News Burbank Bureau. Ira Reiner, former...
And did you place the telephone call?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time you placed that call?
5:45.
And did you speak to Kathy Randa?
Yes, I did.
Now, at this point, were you aware of why the officers were there?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
When I was walking out to my car, one of the officers followed me, and I had asked him, I said, I need to know what is going on. And he then told me that Nicole was murdered and somebody else was with her.
All right. Did, at any time up to this point, did any of the officers indicate to you that they were concerned that a suicide or murder might have taken place on the Rockingham premises?
No, they did not.
Did they indicate they were concerned that anyone might be hurt or bleeding on the premises?
No.
Did they ask you whether anything unusual had happened the night before?
No.
You placed the call to Kathy Randa?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe the conversation you had with her?
I called Kathy and I said, Kathy, I have some really horrible news. And then I started to cry and I handed the phone over to the detective.
And the remaining conversation was with the detective and
Kathy, yes.
At the conclusion of that conversation, did you place any other telephone calls?
Yes, I did.
Who else did you call?
I called Al Collins, AC.
And did you at some point leave the kitchen area to
Yes,
get
I did.
dressed?
Yes.
Went back to your room?
I went back to my room. In fact, I made the phone call from my room to AC.
And did you at some point leave the premises to retrieve the children?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go to retrieve the children?
I went down to the police station to pick up the kids.
And you brought them back to the premises?
Immediately back to the house.
Did, at any point in this process, did you place a call to Nicole's mother?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell her the news?
I attempted to tell her. And then the detective ended up telling Judy.
Now, at some point, were you asked to leave the premises at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall about what time that was?
It had to have been around 7:15, 7:30.
All right. So by 7:15 to 7:30, you had already retrieved the children and brought them back to the premises?
Oh, yes.
And the officers at that point asked you to leave?
Yes.
Now, at the time the officers arrived at between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, was anyone else on the premises other than yourself and Cato Kalin?
No.
Is there a maid who lives on the premises?
Yes, there is.
And what is her name?
Gigi.
And Gigi was not on the premises?
No, she was not.
And why is that?
She has the weekends off.
Every weekend?
So far, yes.
All right. And did you explain that to the officers?
I believe I did, yes.
Now, I believe you had returned to the premises late the night before?
Yes, I did.
And where had you been?
At a movie.
And about what time did you get back?
About 1 o'clock.
And you were asleep then from 1 o'clock until the officers woke you up?
Yes, I was.
All right. Anything that caused you concern about what was going on the premises during that entire period?
No.
You were unaware of any strange noises or any strange occurrences?
No.
At any time, did you tell the officers that they had your permission to search the premises or to seize any property on the premises?
No, I did not.
At any point, did any officer ask you if he could take any item of property from the premises?
No.
How about any documents, letters, envelopes, anything of that nature?
Yeah, at one time, the officer had asked me if he could take an envelope that he had written on, and I said no, because it was a bill of mine.
And that was in the kitchen?
Yes, it was in the kitchen.
Do you recall which officer that was?
Lang, Officer Lang.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark?
On the night of June the 12th, did you go out at some point that night?
Yes.
Were you staying full-time at the Rockingham residence at that time?
Yes, I was.
What time did you go out?
I had been out all day. I left, at around 10:30, and had returned at around 1.
You left 10:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And you got back at 1 in the morning?
Yes.
And you had not been back in the house that entire time?
Yes, I had.
When?
At around 11:30.
In the morning or at night?
Morning.
And you came back at 11:30 for what purpose?
I had gone to church and I came home to change.
Okay. And you changed clothes and left again?
Yes.
At what time?
At around 12:30.
And then did you come back to the house again between 12:30 p.m. and 1 a.m.?
No, I did not.
So you were out that entire time?
Yes.
You drive a black Saab?
Yes.
When you came home at 1 in the morning, did you drive that Saab that day?
Yes, I
when
did.
you went out? And when you came back, did you park it in the driveway?
Yes, I did.
Where did you park it? You're showing us on the defense diagram?
Yes.
Thank you. And you pointed to the area, that just below that area is written the word driveway on the Rockingham side of the residence?
Yes.
Now, when the officers first came to your door, they asked you where your father was, is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated to them that, I believe he's out of town?
Yes.
You were unsure then?
No.
You told them, I believe he's out of town.
I believe he's out of town, but, I mean, I knew he was gone, I just didn't know where he was.
You didn't
out of
know-
town.
Did you know when he had left?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that?
No, I did not.
Did you know when he was due back?
No, I did not.
Did you know where he was staying?
No, I did not.
And when they were asking you about your father's whereabouts, you were, I assume, concerned.
Yes, I was.
And so you wanted to, I assume, find out where he was.
Yes.
And so you let the officers in so that you could find that out and perhaps get their help if needed, right?
Yes.
And in order to do that, you had to disarm the alarm because it was set.
Yes.
When you went into the house, were there any lights on in the house?
I don't recall.
And the officers asked you to show where the maid's room was?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall them asking you about the maid when they
Yes.
came in? Do you recall them asking whether she was all right or where she stayed? What room she kept?
No.
Do you recall showing them where she slept?
No.
Is it that you don't recall? It might have happened, but you do no longer remember?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Is it a fact that the maid's bedroom is off the kitchen?
Yes.
And do you recall the officers asking you whether that bedroom was the maid's room?
No.
You don't remember anything about that?
No.
Do you recall telling the officers that you had been out all night at the movies and you just got back about 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, you said that you explained to the officers that the maid has weekends off?
Yes.
Was that when you were in the house with them, when they were asking about where the maid was?
No, that's when I was walking from my room inside the house. They had asked me, does anybody else live here?
And you said, yes, the maid does?
Yes.
And when you got into the house, did they ask where she was at that time?
No, they asked me outside. They had said, does anybody live here? And I said, yes. They said, who? I said, Gigi. Then they asked me, is she here? I said, no.
And were you in the house at that point?
No.
You were on your way into the house?
Yes.
You went to pick up the children at the police station?
Yes.
How far away was that from where you, from the Rockingham address?
Well, we live in Brentwood, so it was in Santa Monica. Maybe 4 miles away.
Okay. 4 miles?
Yeah, I'm estimating. I don't know really how far it is.
What time did you finally go to sleep the night before? You got home at 1 a.m. on June the 13th. What time did you go to sleep?
Maybe around 1:30.
And they woke you up just 4 hours later?
Yes.
A little bit tired when they woke you up?
Yeah.
A little bit confused with seeing police officers at your door?
Yes.
Feeling a little bit frazzled or disoriented by seeing them and hearing what might be bad news?
Yes.
Before you heard it?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got the crowd.
Mr. Ullman, anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. You may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
The defense at this time would like to call Kathy Randall.
All right, we're going to break back to local programming right now, and when we come back, we're going to tell you about big news from Whitney Houston.
Just 5 days after her Twin Cities concert, Whitney Houston reveals a big secret.
Occupied by someone other than the defendant, who is, no matter what he may consider himself, not a member of the family, who's been living there for only 6 months, and freely invites friends in and out, and performs duties around the house. He himself is exercising dominion and control over the area. And by indicating to the officer the thumps that he heard on the wall, has indicated a desire to have the origin of those thumps investigated. Now, the fact that the thumps occurred hours earlier is simply no excuse for not going to investigate what might have happened to cause them. I hope that counsel is not suggesting that a police officer is supposed to take a report from someone who indicates, well, yes, 3 hours ago I heard gunshots. So, well, it's 3 hours ago, forget it. Is an officer supposed to do that? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Wouldn't that be horrifying if an officer did that? It doesn't matter if it was 7 minutes or 7 hours ago. An officer has a duty to investigate what may be a very serious situation that may be indeed life-threatening. And if it was 7 hours or 7 minutes ago, he is incumbent upon him to go and determine if something has happened to someone, because he may yet preserve life. And the officer did exactly what he should do under the circumstances. I would reiterate to the court the cases previously cited of People v. Saldoff, People v. Bradford, and Tamburino v. Superior Court, all of which fully support the search that was conducted in this case. And in fact, counsel cited to McDowell as an example that was inapposite. I disagree. That case is very similar to the instant case. There were a couple of residences. The actual crime scene, I think, that they found was the Bradford residence. The DeCrenza residence had been searched by a previous officer and abandoned when Officer Petrosky, following a blood trail, followed it into and out of that residence, leaving evidence there, and continued to pursue the blood trail until he found the defendant. And only after securing the defendant went back without a warrant and collected the evidence. In this case, we don't have any of the problems of abandoning the area of search and coming back hours later without a warrant. Under his circumstances, it was very clear that by the time he went back to seize that evidence, there was no exigency, there was no emergency. The defendant was under arrest, everything was secured. He had ample time to go and get a search warrant. He certainly had probable cause. Did he do so in McDowell? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He went and he saw all those items, he left, he went to do other things, he came back without a warrant and seized them. Certainly, People v. McDowell makes the search issue in this case look like there's no problem. There's nothing to talk about here. And People v. Amaya is the same. You have a situation where the officers go in, see evidence, leave, come back in, go get other officers, go back in again, over a period of hours, and never bother to get a warrant. That was not the case here. That was not the case. These officers went in with a stated emergency that was reasonable to believe existed. They acted in a manner consistent with that belief, happened upon evidence, and as soon as that evidence was found, stopped everything and got a warrant. Now, it is true that Detective Van Adder called for a criminalist to examine the blood on the exterior on the door of the Bronco. But again, People v. Duncan makes it clear that there is not one purpose that an officer is restricted to, nor is the court required to find that the primary motivation of any officer is an emergency or an exigent circumstance, as long as that is one of those, as long as that is one of the motivations, and that motivation is reasonably held, that belief is reasonably held, then the search, the warrantless search, is valid. And in that regard, counsel has cited People v. Dixon that holds to the contrary. That's an appellate case. That case is disapproved in People v. Duncan, which is a California Supreme Court case that came later. And in that case, People v. Duncan, the court said, and I quote, "It is unreasonable to expect an officer to be unconcerned with the collection of evidence and the capture of criminals. While the trial court must find that the officer believed an emergency to exist, reasonable actions taken by the officer should not preclude such a finding." An officer who is acting reasonably under the circumstances in which he finds himself, as long as one of the purposes is justifiably that of emergency, and I think we cannot have any doubt that that existed here. The fact that he also intended to preserve and collect evidence, should it become relevant, certainly is no reason to find invalid the genuineness of his belief in the fact that an emergency existed. Just as the officer did in McDowell. When the officer in McDowell went running through the house, following the blood trail, he saw evidence there. He decided that it had to be preserved. He went out and got the defendant, called for a criminalist, and went back to make sure that it was preserved and photographed in place, never considering getting a warrant. In this case, especially with respect to the Ford Bronco, parked on a public street with a door handle, an exterior door handle that evidenced blood, Detective Van Adder thought, this may be needed to be collected. We may need this in the future. We may not. We may not. But a careful officer, an experienced officer, a dedicated officer knows that you can never tell what you may encounter. They did none of them suspect that they were at the residence of a suspect. If they had, do you think in a million years they would have gone over that wall without their guns drawn, without bulletproof vests, without a backup unit, without helicopters? Never in a million years. And that's why he indicated to you this was not a suspect's residence. We were concerned for the occupants, not for our safety. And every action they took makes it abundantly clear that that is precisely what they were doing. Accordingly, Your Honor, the court would urge, the people would urge this court to find that the search was reasonably undertaken for the legitimate purpose of preserving life, and additionally, Your Honor, that the car, the Ford Bronco, was in plain view, was seizable under the line of cases under Ross and its progeny, and that that does not constitute a search for which any warrant was required, especially as to the exterior door handle, which is the subject matter of this motion. And we would ask the court to admit the evidence seized prior to the issuance of the search warrant.
Mr. Allman, do you wish to be heard in response?
Very briefly, Your Honor. 4 very brief points. First, if we simply take the officers at their word, that their purpose in going to these premises was to notify Mr. Simpson of the murder of his wife and to arrange for the care of his children, we're left with a real mystery as to how that minute speck on the door of the Bronco all of a sudden elevated their concern to the magnitude that is being described by Ms. Clark. There is nothing logical that we can seize on that suggests that that kind of a speck on the on the exterior of an automobile parked in front of a house gives you any reason for concern that there are victims, hostages, or bleeding people inside the premises. It doesn't connect. It may elevate their motivation to want to enter the premises and conduct a search, but that, we're told, wouldn't in a million years have been their purpose. They were not looking for a suspect, we're told. Now, again, if we take the officers at their word, they said, if Mr. Simpson had come to the door, even after we climbed over the wall and knocked at the door, we would have left. Well, within minutes of that knock on the door, they had accomplished their purpose. The evidence is undisputed that the call was completed to speak to Mr. Simpson in Chicago shortly after 5:45 in the morning. The testimony of Officer Furman is that between 6:15 and 6:30, a half hour to 45 minutes later, is when he first engaged in his foray to explore the area to the south of the residence in the wall behind Mr. Kalin's room. Third, Ms. Clark has said, well, this case doesn't involve rousting. It doesn't involve Sherman tanks invading the premises. But, of course, that's not what the Fourth Amendment is designed to protect us against. It is designed to protect our reasonable expectations of privacy. It is designed to protect against the activity of police officers searching for evidence without probable cause and a warrant. And I don't think there can be much doubt that these officers were searching for evidence. The first thing they did when they entered Mr. Kalin's room was not to look for a bleeding victim, but to examine his clothing, to examine the shoes he had worn the night before. Finally, I think it's important to bear in mind that the whole purpose of the Fourth Amendment is that we don't entrust our privacy to the discretion of police officers who are engaged in the process of ferreting out criminal activity. The purpose of the Fourth Amendment is to have a neutral magistrate intervene between the police officers and the citizen. And here in California, we have magistrates a phone call away. All they had to do was pick up the telephone and they could have gotten a telephonic search warrant. And we were told by the officer, we've never used that procedure. And we might ask ourselves, why? Is it because they don't need to? Is it because conjuring up this exigent circumstances or emergency exception is some sort of talisman that makes the Fourth Amendment disappear? Is it because we don't have the fortitude and the courage to say to our police officers, the Fourth Amendment means what it says? And what it says is, before you invade the privacy of a person's residence, you get probable cause, you go to a judge, and you get a search warrant. Thank you.
All right, is the matter submitted at this time by both sides?
The court is not inviting the people to be heard again, I take it.
Tomorrow morning, we will be in recess at this time until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Paul, before announcing the ruling with regard to the 1538.5 motion, I'd just like to say that both attorneys, both sides in this case, did an excellent presentation for which the court is grateful. And you both gave me quite a bit to think about during the last several hours. The key issue for the court's determination is whether the warrantless entry into the property on Rockingham and the recovery of certain items of physical evidence was justified in light of exigent circumstances. And this is really a gray area of the law. I mean, there's no set formula to establish when an exigent circumstance does exist and when it doesn't. And it's really something that has to be decided on a case-by-case basis based upon the evidence that's actually presented in the hearing. There were numerous cases cited by the prosecution as well as by the defense. The court has reviewed all of those cases. The court also found an additional case that I did not see cited by either the prosecution or the defense, which, although not identical to the circumstances in this case, is more similar than most of the other cases. And that case is People versus Cain, C-A-I-N, at 216 Calap 3rd, 366, a case decided in December of 1989. In that particular matter, the situation was that there was a woman who had been beaten and raped in a certain apartment. The officers went to that location, observed her. Through the common wall, they could hear music coming from the next apartment over and could see that lights were on, and it was early in the morning. The officers knocked on the door, received no answer, and made a determination in their own minds that they felt that there could indeed be an additional victim in the adjacent apartment. The door was unlocked and they entered that apartment. They later found the defendant passed out on the floor intoxicated and recovered physical evidence including blood stains and clothing that eventually tied that particular defendant to the crime for which he was later convicted. And the court upheld the warrantless entry into that apartment. And the language in that case, the court finds particularly helpful in this particular matter. The court indicates that due weight must be given not to the unparticularized suspicions or hunches of the police officers involved, but to the reasonable inference which he or she is entitled to draw from the facts in light of his or her experience. Additionally, that court places a limitation, which other courts indeed have recognized, is that the search involved must be strictly circumscribed by the exigencies which justify its initiation. Let's consider the evidence in this case. And basically, the evidence that was presented in this matter is for the most part uncontroverted with regard to the search. We know from the evidence that was presented that the detectives in this matter, Van Adder, Furman, Lang, and Phillips, I believe, started out at the crime scene on Bundy. They made the observations of the two dead bodies, the blood, the gloves, the footprints, and the droplets of blood leaving away from that location. There's no dispute as to what they saw there at Bundy. There's also no dispute that there were two small children who apparently were asleep inside that particular location at the time of the incident itself, and that those small children were taken to the police station. Notwithstanding suggestions to the contrary during cross-examination, the place for two small children whose mother has been murdered is not at the police station, sitting in a corner drawing pictures on a tablet. The place for those kids is with their family. The detectives testified that they were concerned about those children and wanted to make arrangements with regard to those children. The person who is the next of kin to those children is the defendant. He's their father. He's the person that logically would be the one that would be called upon to take action to take custody of those children. So I don't find anything improper in terms of the police conduct with the idea that they are going to go to the Simpson home. One might say, well, why didn't they just call? Well, apparently they didn't have the phone number to the Simpson home. We learned that through the testimony that they had to get West Tech security to come actually out to the location to try to get that phone number. So they go to the Simpson home, which apparently is only some 2 miles away and a short car ride. They get to the gate, and here again it seems to me that they really do extraordinary things to try to make contact with the persons inside. I mean, the testimony was that they rang that bell for some 15 minutes to try to rouse somebody from within the house. They could hear that phone ringing from out at the gate. There's no response. But what do they see? And this apparently also is uncontroverted in light of the testimony that was presented. There's a light on upstairs. There's a light on downstairs. There's several vehicles in the driveway. A suggestion that there are persons inside. But then there's more. And of course, this is the crucial piece of evidence, but it by itself, without all of the other surrounding circumstances, would not be enough. But what the officers say is, while they're shuffling around for this 15 minutes trying to get in touch with someone inside the house, is that they see blood, what they believe to be blood, on the door handle or near the door handle of this white Bronco. A white Bronco that is parked on a public street where the officers have a right to be, and the court sees no problem with the observing or recovery of the blood sample from the door of the Bronco. So, seeing what they believe to be blood and having seen droplets of blood leading away from the location, the officers even now are doing more to get in touch with the people inside. They're calling the West Tech security, who apparently dispatches at least one, if not two, vehicles to the location, and eventually give the police the telephone number. What they get at that point is an answering machine. They feel, and the testimony of both officers was that they felt that there was an emergency situation. The officers are cross-examined at length, both by Mr. Ullman, the initial officer, and by Mr. Shapiro, Detective Van Adder. And both lawyers, defense lawyers in this case, did an excellent job on cross-examination. But when one looks at the results of that cross-examination, basically there were really no holes put in either of those detectives' testimonies that they felt that they were acting in an emergency situation at the time. Again, I go back to that language in Kane. The search must be strictly circumscribed by the exigencies which justify its initiation. This would be a very easy decision for me if, in fact, these officers went in there like stormtroopers, fanning out over the property, examining every leaf, every car, every closet, every nook and cranny of this location. But the testimony, as elicited by the officers and is supported by the witnesses that testified on behalf of the defense, show that this was not what happened. What the testimony was is that the officers went in search of persons on the property. They went to the guest quarters of Mr. Kalin, woke him up. Now someone might say, well, what are they doing looking at those tennis shoes? Well, they didn't know what the situation was. They knew there were bloody footprints that led away from that location, and there was blood on this vehicle that somehow was tied in, or could be tied into that. So they pick up the tennis shoes. There's no blood on those shoes. But they don't start searching under beds, searching drawers. They don't handcuff Mr. Kalin. They don't do anything like that. Instead, what they do is they ask him if there's other persons on the property. And where do they go? he directs them to Arnell Simpson's quarters, apparently further down that pathway. Now, Arnell Simpson testified. The officers didn't ask her whether there was anyone hurt or injured or a suicide or something like that going on. But what did Arnell Simpson tell us? She told us that while she was walking into that house, taking a path to the front door and opening it with a key, the officers asked her about the live-in maid. Again, we have to judge the officer's conduct and the exigency, if there was one, not based upon what all of us know today, but based upon what the officers knew at the time. And the information that they had been provided by West Tech Security was that there was a live-in maid at the location. Additionally, West Tech Security advised them that they had not been informed that there was going to be a vacation or an absence of the residents from that location. We know now, obviously, that there was no dying person or injured person on the property of the Simpson estate at that time. We know that all of the persons who were supposed to be there were accounted for. Mr. Simpson was in Chicago. Mr. Kalin was in his quarters. Ms. Arnell Simpson had been out and returned about 1 o'clock in the morning. And Gigi, the maid, was on her night off. But the officers didn't know that at the time. So their immediate question, where's the maid? And a quick sort of cursory look around the area of the maid's room once they get into the house, again, seems to be was conduct that was strictly circumscribed by the exigencies which justified its initiation, the language from that case. Now, what happened once the officers got into the house? What happened was they got on the telephone. They did exactly what they said they were there to do, which is to make arrangements for those children. Kathy Rando was called. Mr. Simpson was located and contacted in Chicago. Apparently, Mr. Collings was contacted. Nicole Brown's parents were contacted. This is exactly what they said they were there to do, and that's what they did. There's some suggestion, although I'm not sure that it's clear from the record, that at some point in time, Arnell Simpson apparently left the location in order to get the children, presumably leaving the police there at the scene, although it's really, that part of it is not clear to me. There's no indication at any point in time that the officers were told that they should leave. They were not welcome there. Miss Arnell Simpson was apparently so upset, and justifiably so, by the circumstances of which she was informed, that she couldn't even talk on the phone and explain to those persons that she was calling what had happened. And the only other thing really that went on while the officers were there at that time, at that portion of the testimony, was that they talked to Mr. Kalin. Did anything unusual happen around here last night? And we know from Mr. Kalin's testimony that there was a loud, jarring, banging on the wall of his guest quarters. One that scared him, that he didn't know the origin of, that he had mentioned to several other persons, but had never really investigated himself. So the officers have that information from Mr. Kalin. And Detective Furman walks down that path. He doesn't go anywhere else on the property. Officers make no attempt to go upstairs. They don't start opening cupboards, lifting up carpets, opening vehicles. He goes down that path to the area approximately adjacent to the air conditioner where that noise was seen and the picture jarred from the wall, and finds a glove. A glove that appears to be the apparent mate to the glove found at the crime scene. And at that point, he describes that he walked down toward the end of the path to see where it would lead, looking to see whether he would find a body there, and that's sort of what he expected to find according to his testimony. He then takes the other detectives one at a time to that location and shows them the glove as well. Contrary to the suggestions in the defense argument that this ruling allowing the officers' conduct or finding that it was reasonable and that there were exigent circumstances would mean the end of the Fourth Amendment and the Constitution and anarchy, I disagree. And I think one only needs to look as far as the fact that within a short time after that glove was discovered, that the officers did in fact obtain a search warrant. And apparently many other items of evidence were recovered, none of which are going to be offered during the course of this particular proceeding. So in my mind, the Fourth Amendment is alive and well. It is recognized. It's nothing new, nothing novel that I'm coming up with here, that there are exigent circumstances that on occasion justify a warrantless entry and a limited search. And this, it appears to the court, is what occurred in this particular case, based upon, as I indicated, not only the testimony of the officers as to what their state of mind was, but the specific actions that they took, which show, in fact, that that indeed was their state of mind. And they are entitled to, and the court is entitled to give weight to, the experience of those officers in drawing their conclusions. And what we learned about those officers is that I think one had 19 or so years of experience, and Van Adder over 25 years of experience in an elite homicide unit. And all of that can be taken into account. The court finds that they were in fact acting for a benevolent purpose in light of the brutal attack, and that a delay, and that they reasonably believe that a further delay could have resulted in the unnecessary loss of life. And therefore, the court denies the defense motion to suppress and will allow the introduction into evidence of the glove that was recovered and of the spattered blood spots that were located on the driveway once the sun came up, as well as the blood stain from the Bronco, which was in plain view on the public street. Ms. Clark, do you have an additional witness to call at this time?
Yes, sir, I do. If I may inquire of the defense when they wanted to have Mr. Kalin retake the stand to complete cross-examination.
So you've heard the headline there.
All right, so
Judge Kathleen Kennedy Paul, after a lengthy support, almost chapter and verse of the prosecution's argument for entering the premises that night, finds against the defense, and the evidence in question, the glove, the blood stain on the Bronco and along the driveway, will be allowed into evidence. Particularly difficult for Gerald Ullman, who argued it yesterday, as he was at one time the judge's professor and taught her almost everything she knows, according to a colleague, about search and seizure.
Tom Lange, L-A-N-G-E, also known as Frederick Lange.
You may inquire.
Detective Lang, would you please tell us what you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police detective for the City of Los Angeles, assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special Section.
How long have you been a police officer, sir?
27 years in October.
And how long have you been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special?
I've been assigned to that unit since November of 1978.
How many homicides have you investigated over the entire course of your career?
I can give you an approximation. Homicides that I've been directly assigned or investigations that I've been a part of, probably between 250 and 300.
Now, in Robbery Homicide Special, how many cases have you handled? overall? Just an estimate.
Well, again, it would be open to interpretation. There have been serial killings, there have been mass killings, if these are individuals.
Just very briefly here, while Detective Lang is giving something about his background and what his unit does, what we are now going to see is the continuation of the preliminary hearing for O.J. Simpson, and this is where the prosecution must, in total, convince the judge that there is enough evidence to bind him over for trial, 2 murders in Superior Court in California. We are back now to the full preliminary hearing as the prosecution continues to present evidence to convince the judge.
And what did you do when you got that call?
I had received information that there was a double homicide at 875 South Bundy in the West Los Angeles area, and so I responded to that location, arriving approximately 4:30 a.m.
Is that Brentwood of Los Angeles County, sir?
Yes.
Now, by the time you arrived, were other officers already present?
Yes.
And was the scene secured in some manner?
Yes, the scene was secured by police yellow marker tape, as well as by uniformed patrol officers.
If you would, sir, could you please describe the building? Well, strike that. Did you see the apparent victims in this case when you arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Did someone lead you through a path that would avoid disturbing evidence to do so?
Yes.
And what was that path?
The path was a walkway running along the north side of the residence, perpendicular to the sidewalk in front.
And what were you able to see from that vantage point, sir?
On the walkway, I observed one victim, Nicole Brown Simpson, lying in on the walkway at the foot of 3 steps leading up to the front entrance.
Were you able to see any other victims, sir?
Yes, just to the north and a little west of the first victim, I observed the second victim, Mr. Goldman, lying beneath a large tree in an area just off the walkway.
Now, I have here a series of small photographs I'm showing the council. With respect to the first of these photographs, I'm going to ask that it be substituted in lieu of the larger photograph that's been marked on a poster board.
And do you recall which number that
I'm
was?
going to inform the court.
I think it's
People's 5, Your Honor. If I may withdraw People's 5 and substitute in lieu of that the smaller photograph and mark it as People's 5.
Mr. Shapiro, any objections?
No, Your
Honor.
I believe counsel agrees this is the smaller version of the same one that we previously showed. Showing you People's 5, sir, can you tell me if you recognize what I'm showing you?
This is Peter Jennings in New York as Detective Tom Lang continues to testify to events at the crime scene, which you, I think, almost certainly already know at home. Going to just get some brief initial reaction from our panel of analysts and lawyers in Los Angeles about the judge's decision to suppress the motion to keep out the evidence. First, Robert Filibosian, former DA.
What we saw from the judge in this case was a distillation of the argument from the prosecution and the examination of the police officers. She reorganized and actually, I think, did an excellent job of reorganizing that testimony and the argument of the prosecutor, restating it almost as if it would appear in an appellate opinion. And I think that's probably what she had in mind. Eventually, there's going to be an appeal of this case, and she was laying all of this out for an eventual appellate review.
Peter Arenella from the University of California, Los Angeles.
Well, I think, Peter, that this was expected, because for her to rule the other way, she would have to have concluded that these police officers were committing perjury on the stand. Notice also that she focused on the conduct of the officers after they entered the estate to show that their conduct was consistent with what they testified to be their state of mind, that they were concerned about the loss of human life or people being harmed. I thought it was also interesting at the end that she said, "I believe the Fourth Amendment is alive and well." I think that was directly a response to her former teacher, Gerald Ullman, who was the defense lawyer arguing this motion to suppress.
Leslie Abramson, defense attorney.
Well, I think the judge really refused to come to terms with the issue of the credibility.
Good morning. We break away from ABC's live coverage of the O.J. Simpson preliminary hearing to bring you this edition of Eyewitness News Midday. Here's what's making headlines right now. A judge has just made a crucial decision on evidence presented in the O.J. Simpson case. Tragedy strikes in Colorado as a dozen firefighters die battling a massive wildfire. In Georgia, devastating floods claim the lives of nearly 20 people. And in the Twin Cities, an accident claims the lives of 2 people.
I'm Jim Guy in the Channel 5 Weather Center. Coming up, I'll have the complete forecast.
All the day's news is headed your way next.
A hot tip about cool refreshment at Cub Foods.
Hey, Mom. Hot Beach? Yeah. I'm thirsty. We got soda, OJ, purple stuff, and 2 kinds of Sunny D. 2 kinds? All right.
Some kids love the rich and tangy taste of original Sunny Delight. Others go for the lighter texture and smoother orange taste of California style. Moms love the vitamins in both. So go for both cool tastes of Sunny D at Cub Foods. Sunny Delight, the good stuff kids go for.
What happens when hot and cool combine?
Hot eats, cool treats at Dairy Queen.
Welcome to the treat capital of the world. Cool. What's your pleasure? Get all your favorite Dairy Queen treats made with cool and creamy smooth soft serve or non-fat frozen yogurt. However you like it, there's more to like at Dairy Queen than anywhere else. Come on in. Treat yourself. You've earned it.
Hot eats, cool treats. We treat you right.
Why pay more? Now at Circuit City, get unbeatable low prices and 0% interest for 6 months on select top brands. Plus, pick up this RCA 8mm camcorder for only $449.97. This GE VCR with remote for only $166.97. And this Pioneer CD player.
Photograph F, again, is looking westerly. That is the rear gate of the property located in the there's the gate located in the northwest corner of the property. These are the stairs going up. Here you see a overall shot of item 115. Photograph G is a close-up of that, which appears to be a blood droplet.
That photograph F, sir, does that show the rear gate that opens out to the garage and alley area?
Yes.
Now showing you people's 20. Can you tell us what's depicted in those photographs A, B, and C and describe the location that's shown in those photographs?
Photograph A is a close-up of the rear gate with what appears to be blood droplets. Item B, photograph B, again, is an overall depiction of what appears to be a blood droplet, and the close-up of that is indicated in photograph C.
So that is the outer area that actually is the driveway of the garage and alley?
Yes, this is the just off to the left here would be the vehicle, a Cherokee vehicle belonging to Ms. Simpson.
You're indicating photograph B there, sir?
Photograph B. This is looking in a northwesterly direction. The alley would be, the north-south alley would be depicted at the top here, from left to right.
And in photograph, you indicated photograph A is that gate.
Yes.
When you were at the crime scene that morning on June the 13th, did you notice the position of that gate that's shown in photograph A?
The gate was in the open position.
To your knowledge, was it open at the time the first officer arrived?
My recollection is that it was ajar, somewhat open. It wasn't secured.
It wasn't locked.
Correct.
Sir, is it part of your duties as an investigating officer to direct the collection of evidence and the taking of photographs?
Yes, working with the criminalist.
And so at the crime scene, you assess what you think is important, what is evidence, and should be preserved either by photographing or collection, or both?
Yes.
In this particular case, sir, the blood drops that you've described in people's 19 and 20, did you direct that these photographs be taken?
Yes.
Why?
It was apparent to me that these blood droplets were not directly associated with the victims, and that they were perhaps in association with the bloody shoe prints leading from the scene. It was also apparent that they would be connected to a suspect in this instance.
And so what were your instructions to the criminalist with respect to these blood drops that you've identified in people's 19 and 20?
To photograph, preserve, and collect these as evidence.
And with respect to all of the items that you have previously identified in the photographs we have marked during the course of your testimony, were those all items that you requested be collected by the criminalist and photographed in place as they were found?
Yes.
And are they depicted in the photographs as you found them, sir?
Yes.
The judge has ruled for the prosecution. You are watching coverage of the preliminary hearing in the O.J. Simpson case on CBS News.
Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman.
Yes.
Showing you the exhibits previously marked as Peoples 3 and Peoples 2. Can you tell me whether these are the people?
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Walter in the Channel 4.
That is assigned to a particular crime, to a particular victim. The first two digits would indicate the year. Something occurring this year would be preceded by the numbers 9-4. The second two digits would indicate the geographical division involved. In this case, geographically, West Los Angeles division is 8, so it would be 08. And the 5 subsequent numbers are the individual report numbers.
And is there a DR number assigned to this case, sir?
There are 2 DR numbers, one for each victim.
Do you know what they are?
9408, 17431, and 32.
The 31 number, is that the main number?
Yes, it's what we call a key number. It would be the first number obtained, that all subsequent reports would be keyed off.
And the 32 number exists to designate a second victim?
Yes.
Is all of the evidence collected in this case assigned that DR number?
Yes.
And which one would it be assigned, the 3-1 or the 3-2 number?
The first one, the 3-1 number, yes.
So if it bears that number, that indicates it was the evidence recovered in this case?
Yes.
This is Peter Jennings in New York. While the prosecution, Marcia Clark, goes on questioning Detective Lang, we're going to bring in briefly our panel of analysts and experts in Los Angeles, prefacing their remarks by saying this: what the prosecution must now establish is that there is probable cause for O.J. Simpson to be bound over for trial. Yes. Let me go first to Robert Filibosian, former district attorney. Up until now in this preliminary hearing, how well do you think they are doing on showing probable cause?
The prosecution is right on track, Peter, in presenting their case block by block. Of course, they're having the evidence admitted from O.J. Simpson's house, and now they're going to the blood evidence, and presumably they will introduce blood analysis which will tie Mr. Simpson by blood type and serology to the blood at the location. We don't know that that's what's going to happen, but I think we can anticipate that from the foundation which is now being laid by Ms. Clark with Detective Lang. Very careful, painstaking procedures of gathering this evidence.
Okay, certainly very painstaking. You can see now Mr. Shapiro is going to cross-examine Detective Lang. Question for Leslie Abramson, the same thing. How well do you think they're doing so far on proving probable cause?
Well, I think there's no question they've proved probable cause that a crime was committed. The only real issue is who committed it. And what Mr. Filibosian said is right. What they must now do is connect that crime to O.J. Simpson. They haven't done that yet. The similar glove suggests that whoever the assailant was dropped a glove at the Simpson residence, but they have not established yet that it was O.J. Simpson. I assume they're going to do that.
Thanks very much. Let's listen to Mr. Shapiro.
Information coming in.
Do you know what stages these leads are in terms of development?
Very, very early, I would say.
According to all the information you have received, was the first call relative to this investigation a call that there was a burglary suspect at 874 South Bundy Drive?
It seems to me there was a call to that effect. A prowler or something like that. I don't recall exactly.
Do you have any records of the first call that was received that resulted in this investigation?
I believe we might have. I haven't checked that. I don't know for sure.
And the officers who took that call, are they required to record that type of call?
The officers who responded to
no, who
this?
Received the call that there was a burglary suspect.
Well, I'm sure they'd record it, yes. There's a daily field activities report that most units fill out that they'd have it on.
The exact time of the radio call and the type of the call are required by LAPD policy to be recorded, are they not?
It certainly should be, yes.
Do you have any information as to how that call regarding a burglar suspect at Bundy was broadcasted?
No, I don't. Again, I'm not familiar with the particular details of that radio call. It's just my knowledge that I believe there was a previous call at that location.
Do you have any information that this call was broadcast on June 13th, 1994 at approximately 0010 hours?
Do I have information?
Yes.
There's very possibly information in the book.
And you have would this radio call be a high priority call?
It would depend. If a suspect were at the location at that time, it would be a high priority call if the suspect had left. Not necessarily, unless the suspect's still in the area. Again, I don't know what the details were in that call.
Was the location of this call 874 South Bundy, directly across the street from the homicide scene?
I don't recall the address.
Do you have any records of that?
I believe there are some records.
And
it seems to me it was right in the vicinity, though, yes.
And if it was 874 South Bundy Drive, would that be directly across the street from the homicide scene?
Yes, it would.
Did you or anyone under your staff, anyone in your staff, locate the person who initiated this phone call?
I did not, and I'm not aware of anyone else who did, other than the responding officers, perhaps.
Did you or anyone under your direction interview anybody at 874 South Bundy?
I honestly can't give you an answer. We've done in excess of 100 interviews, and we've had perhaps a dozen investigators doing this. We have information coming in all the time. I really don't know.
Does a radio call of this nature cause to generate an incident report?
It would probably depend on whether or not a crime has occurred. if it were just a prowler call, perhaps it would just be a mention in their activities report. If a crime had occurred, then of course they'd be required to take a crime report.
What if it said burglary suspect there now at 874 South Bundy Drive? Would that type of radio call generate an incident report?
Not necessarily.
Do you know if an incident report was generated?
No, I don't.
If such a report was generated, would that be included in the murder book?
I would hope we would eventually get that.
Have you seen such a report in the murder book?
I don't recall seeing a report to that effect.
Was there any report that the burglary suspect that was there was a Caucasian?
Again, Mr. Shapiro, I'm not familiar with the details of that report.
Are the first officers at the scene required to protect the crime scene and cordon off the vulnerable areas?
Yes.
Are the officers required to determine if an ambulance crew or any other person moved the body or any items within the crime scene?
It would be helpful, but they're not necessarily required to do that.
Are the officers required to record the names, addresses, and date of birth and telephone numbers of all persons at the crime scene?
That's preferable again, yes.
If an ambulance crew is present, are the officers required to record their names, serial numbers, and obtain a rescue report?
They should do that, yes, on a crime scene log. That's correct.
Was such a crew there?
I don't believe so.
Would you check your chronological record, please?
If you give me a moment, there are several logs from several incidents here.
Maybe I can help you with that. Why don't you look at...
I believe I have it, thank you.
OOCA.
Yes, I have it, thank you.
Does that indicate whether any emergency crews were there?
I'm checking. It's quite lengthy. If I wasn't there to observe, but if I may have a moment.
And while Detective Lang takes a moment to look at his logbook in response to a question from the defense attorney, we will go away. We'll return in 1 minute.
States there he was not needed.
You just won $10 million in the clearinghouse sweepstakes.
Oh, my God, you guys!
From St. Cloud to St. Louis, to the land of the midnight sun, real people win.
Their names should have been logged, and all I see is his name, so I'm assuming he was the only one there.
Whose responsibility is it to see that no one enters the crime scene?
The officers who would have been assigned to secure the crime scene.
And who were they?
Again, referring to my log, we have officers Cummings and Sanchez, McAllen and Wally, Ziegler, and it appears to be Mauricio. The primary unit, Risky and Terrazas, would probably have had something to do with that. Also assisting officers Gonzalez and Ashton.
Have you read any reports that any of these officers generated regarding their observations when they arrived at the scene?
Irrelevant. Sustained.
Have you talked to any of those officers?
Objection irrelevant. Sustained.
Have you heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think one of the key issues in this case is whether or not the crime scene was disturbed. And this is foundational for asking those questions.
All right. If counsel has concerns in that regard, he could certainly subpoena the first officer on the scene who could explain what he did to secure it and how he kept people out of the scene, or perhaps failed to do so. But asking this detective, who appeared on the scene some 4 hours after the first officer appeared, is ineffective. There's no way that this officer could possibly know what transpired before he arrived. And asking him what was done and who came in and who did not would all call for hearsay and speculation.
Well, I think here, since we're back now to the preliminary hearing, if the appropriate foundation had been established with regard to the number of years that this detective has with the department, which I believe that was part of your early testimony, hearsay would probably be admissible, assuming that he's not acting as a mere reader officer and that information was imparted to him by some other person. So the objection is overruled, subject to the appropriate foundation.
Thank you.
In a preliminary hearing, hearsay evidence is admissible.
Yes.
Have you talked to any of these officers?
No.
Do you know of any, did you ask any of them if they did anything at the crime scene upon arrival?
Personally, I did not. It was done by someone else.
Who was that done by?
Detective Phillips.
And did he report that anything was done at the crime scene by any of these officers?
Well, it's pretty vague. If you'd like, I could tell you what the reports indicated.
Yes, would you?
The reports, each officer was interviewed separately as to what they did at the location, where they stood, where they stepped, whether or not they were injured. And there are reports as to each officer. Each officer's shoe prints were photographed, and they each gave a statement as to exactly what they did at the scene.
Is there any policy regarding how persons can enter a cordoned-off crime scene?
Is there any policy?
Yes.
Well, again, policy is a guideline. No two crime scenes are alike. Therefore, we have policy, but again, policy is merely a guideline. It can't dictate to you how to handle any particular crime scene.
Is the policy generally that no crime scene shall be entered except in the accompaniment of an officer?
You could interpret it as generally being that way, but again, it's merely a guideline.
And to caution anybody who does regarding contamination or alteration of evidence?
Certainly.
Was that done in this case?
Again, I was not present. I would certainly hope it was.
Now, did you and your partner, Detective Van Adder, arrive together or in different vehicles at the Bundy crime scene?
Separately.
Who arrived first?
Detective Van Adder.
And you arrived how much later?
Yes.
How much later did you arrive, do you know?
Oh, I believe it was approximately 20 or 25 minutes.
And did you observe the crime scene to be secure when you entered?
It was secure in my mind, yes.
Were tapes, ropes, barricades placed in proper positions?
There was yellow police tape that was up, and there were uniformed officers, I believe, stationed at the front and the rear of the location.
In your opinion, was it properly barricaded?
If you referred to yellow tape as barricades, yes, there were no actual barricades.
I'm asking in your expertise as the senior member of the special unit, whether or not that crime scene was properly cordoned off at the time you arrived.
In my mind, it appeared to be, yes.
Upon arriving, did you cause to record the weather conditions and the temperature at the crime scene?
Initially, I did not.
Is there any importance to doing that?
There may be, or may not be.
And what would the importance be?
The importance certainly may be perhaps one factor of many in determining the time of death.
Is the time of death an important criteria to establish in a homicide investigation?
I would say in most instances, yes.
In this case, would it be?
Certainly.
And is it true in your experience that the earlier you begin the investigation process regarding trying to establish the time of death, the more likely you are to establish the time of death?
Not necessarily.
So you would not agree with that?
Well, again, it's a general statement. There would be instances certainly where that would be true, and there would be instances where it wouldn't be necessarily be true.
In this case, would it have been true?
Perhaps.
And you, as the senior detective there, were in charge of alerting criminalists, the coroner, and any other support unit you would need to conduct a proper investigation. Is that correct?
Well, in conjunction with my partner, yes.
And what time did you notify the coroner's investigative unit to come out to help ascertain the time of death?
I had requested another detective on the scene to make what we call a first call to the coroner's office to alert them what we had. Subsequent to that, another call is made telling them that we're ready for them. I don't recall who made the call.
Is there any record of that? Is that in your chronological log?
That may well be with the coroner's log.
Is it in your chronological log?
I don't believe I have it in my chronological log.
Is that something that you should have in your log?
Not necessarily.
What time did the coroner's investigators arrive at the crime scene?
Would you like me to refer to the homicide log?
If you don't know.
I have no personal recollection.
Do you have a general idea how many hours it was after the initial
It seems to me it was probably approximately 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10, 10:15, somewhere in there. But it's only a guess.
Would you feel more comfortable in reviewing your notes?
It doesn't matter to me if you'd like me to. Do you want a specific time?
If you're comfortable with that answer, fine. If you're
well, no. Again, I ask you if you would like a specific time. If you would, I can look at the log for you. I don't recall a specific time.
We would like to get the answer that closely resembles exactly what occurred. So if your notes would help you in that, we would appreciate it.
Well, it's in the log.
Please check that then.
The personnel log at the scene indicates that Coroner's Representative Ratcliffe arrived at 9:10 a.m. and Coroner's Representative Jacobo arrived at 9:20 a.m.
Are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yes.
And is that a factor that's used to determine the time of death?
It can be, yes.
And in a case involving a homicide like this one, would it be important to try to establish the time of rigor mortis as close to the time of the actual death for establishing later the time of death?
The time of rigor mortis, I don't understand. Rigor mortis is an ongoing thing.
Is it that determination a time determination? In other words, is that a determination that if made earlier is more helpful, or it doesn't matter when it's made?
Objection. Vague, ambiguous, calls for a conclusion from a non-expert witness of an expert nature.
Sustained. There's no foundation that this detective knows the answer to that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you know the answer to those things?
I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor. But that was the whole point. No foundation was laid.
I think that you'd have to sort of lay the foundation before you ask the general conclusion. Does he know the answer?
Are you an expert in homicide investigations?
I guess that's open to interpretation.
Have you qualified as an expert in
I have.
homicide investigations?
I have.
On how many occasions?
I've been court qualified on at least one occasion in Superior and Federal Court.
Do you consider yourself an expert in homicide investigations?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do others consider you an expert in homicide investigations in your department?
Calls for speculation irrelevant. Objection.
Overruled.
All right, you would have to ask them.
Can we call Detective Van Adder, please? We'll proceed. You guys are very modest, I must say. Are you familiar with such terms as lividity, temperature change, digestion in the stomach, and eye fluids as they relate to time of death?
Yes.
Are any of those things important criteria in establishing time of death?
They can be.
Are all of those important criteria in establishing the time of death?
They certainly can be.
Now, you called for a criminalist to come to the scene, is that correct?
I personally did not, but I...
At your direction?
Yes.
At your direction. I know you don't dial the phone for all these things, but you're kind of like the coach or the quarterback. And you tell other people what to do?
Sometimes.
Did you in this case?
Yes.
And that was your job?
Yes.
And you told somebody for a criminalist to come out?
Yes.
In the first place you directed the criminalist to come was to Rockingham, isn't that correct?
I don't recall exactly how that happened. I know that he was directed to Rockingham first, though.
And did you consider Rockingham to be a homicide scene at the time he was directed there?
No.
Did you consider Bundy to be a homicide scene?
Yes.
Of the two, which did you consider to be more important in terms of priority to get a criminalist to?
More important to get a criminalist would be Rockingham.
And that was before you and the other officers made your emergency entry into that location, wasn't it?
I believe the requests for a criminalist to test the apparent blood stain on the vehicle was before.
Was before?
I believe it was. I'm a little unclear because I left the Rockingham location shortly thereafter to return to the Bundy location.
Do you have any records to indicate the time that the criminalist arrived at Rockingham?
I was not present when he arrived at Rockingham.
Well, my question is, do you have any records to indicate the time the criminalist
I may
arrived?
have in my possession. Like I said, there are many logs here.
Well, that's something that you are required to record, isn't it? What time a criminalist initially arrives at a crime scene?
Well, I would hope somebody would, certainly.
Would you check and see who did that and what time the criminalist arrived?
I don't know, and I don't have that information, if a separate log was kept after...
While Detective Lang wanders through his logs to find out when the criminalist arrived at either one of the crime scenes, we will take another very brief break.
5 a.m.
So that's now 6 hours and 45 minutes after the report, the last report of the deaths. Is that correct?
Roughly.
Is there any benefit in starting a crime scene investigation as soon as possible?
There certainly could be.
Could there be in this case?
Well, that would be open to speculation, and certainly down the road we may know more about this case. We'd find out at that time. At this point, it's kind of up in the air.
Based on what you know now, would it have been your preference to conduct a crime scene investigation at Bundy as soon as possible?
Not necessarily.
That's irrelevant and it's vague.
Sustained.
When you went to Rockingham, did you direct any officers to do a door-to-door search of the surrounding neighbors?
Objection, vague. Search.
Are you talking about the surrounding neighbors at Bundy or surrounding
At Bundy.
Rockingham?
At Bundy.
At Bundy?
Yes.
And by search, just what do you...
Let me clarify that that was a very poorly phrased question, Your Honor. Did you direct any officers to door knock surrounding residents to ascertain if anybody saw anything at Bundy?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Do you have any notes to reflect you did that?
No.
Would you say that it would be appropriate to start at 874 South Bundy where a suspicious person was reported to begin looking for potential witnesses?
Not necessarily.
Have you reviewed up until today any communication tapes to see if there were any prowler or burglar calls in the immediate area prior to June 13th, 1994 at 00110 hours?
No.
During your investigation, have you determined if in the last few years there have been any similar homicides reported in Los Angeles?
Objection, vague.
As to similar?
Similar to what? In what way?
Similar to, oh, let me rephrase that.
All right.
Similar to the homicide you're investigating in this case.
On the same objection with respect
Do you mean a double murder of an adult male and female?
Yes, similar. Similar circumstances that a male and female were murdered under the same or similar circumstances. That's one of the things you do in your investigation, isn't it, to see if there are patterns of homicides?
Well, objection is still vague. At what circumstances? Males and females are unfortunately murdered every day. In what respect is the counsel inquiring as to the similarity?
Did you look to see if you had any similar sort of crime reports to the incident that there was on Bundy?
No, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with something called the Homicide Manual of the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And I take it you read that and you follow that?
I have read it. It hasn't been updated in a number of years, but I am familiar with it.
So you think the manual's out of date?
Well, it certainly could be. It's not a hard and fast text on how to conduct a homicide investigation.
Do you agree with this statement in the Homicide Manual that the preliminary investigation at the scene is the most important and possibly the most sensitive aspect of the homicide investigation?
I'm a little ambivalent about that. Yes and no. It certainly is important. It's not necessarily the most important thing that exists.
Would you agree with this statement in the manual that good note-keeping is the foundation of a good homicide investigator?
That's a basic that is certainly preferable, yes.
Do you agree with this statement in the manual? That accurate, comprehensive, and chronological notes not only coordinate the investigation, but allow the detective to present the possible case in court, sometimes years later.
Once again, as a guideline under perfect circumstances, that's certainly something that you would want, yes.
Were field interview cards completed on all possible witnesses?
We have over 100 witnesses. No, I don't believe so.
Were neighbors interviewed in the direct proximity of the crime scene who did not hear anything unusual between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock?
I haven't had a chance to review all of the neighbors' statements, so I am not sure whether or not a recordation was made of that.
Were any crime scene broadcasts initiated?
Again, I haven't reviewed the communications tape. It was an earlier question, so I don't know.
Did you order that there be no smoking or eating permitted within the crime scene area?
I did not.
Have you obtained a detailed report of what all the officers at the crime scene reported and the actions they took immediately upon arrival at the crime scene?
Yes.
Have you ascertained how many officers have gained entry into the crime scene prior to your arrival?
Yes, that should be contained within their statements.
Have you asked the officers to recreate their movements?
Yes. I have not personally. It was done by Detective Phillips.
So that's all recorded as
in my direction, yes.
Did you ascertain if any officers smoked at the crime scene?
That, too, would be contained in their statements.
Did you ascertain if any of the officers or any media personnel drank any coffee at the crime scenes?
Well, objection, that's vague. And
when you say crime scenes, do you mean now both Rockingham and...
Well, there's 3 crime scenes. There's Chicago. Would you agree there are 3 crime scenes in this investigation?
I would agree that there are 2 and perhaps a third, which I would term a potential crime scene.
Let's talk about the 2 that you would determine as crime scenes. Do you have any knowledge of anybody drinking coffee within the areas of the crime scene after they were cordoned off?
At the scene, directly at the scene, no, I don't. I am not aware of anyone who was drinking coffee.
As the officer in charge, would you say that both crime scenes were protected from destruction or contamination of evidence by onlookers as well as news media personnel?
Okay, number one, I was primarily in charge of and directed the investigation at the Bundy scene. I was not at the Rockingham scene, but for a short time. I was satisfied that the Bundy scene was in fact secured, yes.
Who was in charge of the Rockingham scene?
Detective Van Adder.
Would you agree or disagree that standing or walking at the crime scene, leaning against doors, walls, or windows may destroy valuable evidence, latent fingerprints, hair, or skin specimens?
That possibility.
This is Dean.
I just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you determine if any police officer checked the shoes of the witnesses who discovered the bodies?
It was related to me that I believe that was done around the time that the dog's paws were observed, but I did not direct that, nor do I have any personal knowledge of that.
Are there any reports to indicate that was done?
There may well be. Within the officers section, I haven't had a time to review those.
Is there somebody you could check with now to see if there are such notes?
Well, again, all of the notes and statements aren't in. I suppose I could check the officers section. I am not aware whether that would be in there or not.
How many footprints other that would relate to shoes in blood did you observe at Bundy?
I don't have the number.
Has anybody calculated the number?
That was assigned to the criminalists. Again, as the footprints moved away in a westerly direction, they faded. So I don't know that you'd get an accurate number, but they were charted by the criminalists.
They were?
I'm sorry?
They were or weren't charted?
Charted.
They were charted?
Well, by charted, I'm referring to photographed and measured, and I requested a so-called stride analysis.
Have you received that yet?
No. I may have it in my reports. I have hundreds, and I haven't been through them all.
Would you check, because we have not received that yet either?
There's a good chance that we haven't either.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we conduct this discovery procedure off the record.
Mr. Shapiro, you're entitled to that, but let's have the witness check on that.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask him to do that now.
Okay.
Were you able to determine whether the blood imprints from a shoe were all from the same shoe?
Objection. That calls for speculation, no foundation.
Are you able to give an answer to that question?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody reported to you that there were more than one type of shoe print with blood on it at the scene?
No.
Have you talked to the criminalist about this?
In regards to these shoe prints, no.
Is that something that you would deem important?
Objection vague. What? Something that he would deem important?
Speaking to the criminalist about the shoes?
Yes.
What about the shoes, though? That they existed, that they were the same shoe, that it was the same tread, that they existed at all, where they were found?
Well, I interpret that question to relate to whether there was more than one maker of the shoe prints.
That was my understanding, Your Honor.
With that understanding, can you answer that?
Yes, and that it's my belief that the shoe prints probably belong to a suspect or left by a suspect, and we would certainly like to find out what type of shoe they are.
I'm sorry, your voice is trailing, and I can't hear the end of the answer.
You'd like to find out what?
Could you repeat the question again? Here, I want to give you an accurate answer.
Have you discussed with the criminalist whether or not the blood prints from the shoes indicate one pair of shoes or more than one pair of shoes?
In a general discussion at the time, at the crime scene location, it was the opinion of the criminalist that it appeared that there were one. To my knowledge, these prints have not been analyzed and the work has not been completed. So I have made no other requests at this time and had no other conversations regarding it.
Do you have a report indicating how many spots of blood were found at the Bundy residence that you've referred to as drops that did not belong to Nicole Brown or Ronald Goldman?
I may have that report, yes.
Do you know offhand how many that was?
It seems to me it was initially 5 droplets on the walkway.
And have you or anybody at your direction ascertained when those droplets originated?
When?
Yes. How long they had been there?
I don't believe there's any way to determine that.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, do you have any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Sir, do you have other detectives assisting you on this case besides Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
And is it fairly common in the homicide special section to have other detectives in the unit assist in the investigation of one team of detectives?
Yes.
And are you aware at this time of every piece of work or report that each of those detectives has generated?
No.
Would you say that this investigation is an ongoing one with reports being generated every day?
Yes.
As time goes by, do you expect to catch up with the reports that have been generated in this case?
I hope so.
And to read everything that you have?
Yes.
And to confer with all of the experts in the case?
Yes.
With respect to the criminalists, sir, at this time, the shoe prints have been preserved with respect to the blood and the swabbing and the photographing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has there been any attempt to analyze those shoe prints any further at this point by that criminalist?
I don't believe so.
Is it your intention to have that done?
Yes.
Are there many things that you intend to have done in this case before it proceeds to trial?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question and assume it's a fact that the court is going to hopefully determine.
Sustained.
Motion to strike the motion.
Stricken.
All I meant, I'm sorry, and all I meant by that was, as the case goes on, there are going to be many things to do, assuming the case goes on.
Well, a man who's in custody without bail, and I think that's a very improper question and is very prejudicial.
I don't know. Overruled. Let me ask you this, sir. In the course of every case that you have handled, and you indicated you've handled 200 to 300 homicides,
Yes.
is the investigation always ongoing?
Yes.
And at the stage of a preliminary hearing for every one of those homicides, is the investigation an ongoing thing?
Yes.
With many things left to do at the stage of the preliminary hearing?
Yes.
And this case is no exception?
That's correct.
Is it unusual to get leads from multiple suspects during the course of an investigation, sir?
No.
In fact, during the course of an entire case?
No.
And if you don't personally go out to investigate those leads, you do assign those leads to be investigated by someone?
Yes.
You were asked by counsel why you didn't look for other similar homicides,
I believe it was something like that, yes.
and you indicated you did not.
Yes.
Why?
Well, again, we're in the very early stages of this investigation. At this particular point, this would not be an appropriate time to do it. There is a suspect in custody, and we are proceeding against that particular suspect. Eventually, this is probably something that very possibly could be done, or it may not be done.
And when we say similar homicides, did you understand that to mean like a serial killing?
I didn't know exactly what he was referring to.
Sir, is it common in an investigation, particularly with respect to a homicide, to have neighbors in the immediate vicinity contacted by police officers to determine what, if anything, they saw or heard?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
And although, did you direct that it be done?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that in the log, captain of the fire department did show up on the scene, and it was indicated in your log that he was not needed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does it indicate in your log how long he was at the scene?
If I could consult the log.
Certainly.
The log indicates he was at the scene for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes.
In your experience, sir, is it common for captains of the fire department to interact with the bodies of homicide victims?
It would depend, possibly, perhaps not.
The fact that he was shown to be there only 5 minutes with an indication that he was not needed, what did that mean to you?
Objection.
Overruled.
To me, it would mean that he was aware that the incident had occurred, and he was dropping by as the supervisor to see if the fire department's assistance might be needed for anything.
Did it indicate to you that he had had any interaction with the bodies of the victims?
No.
It indicated to you that it did not? Did that indicate to you that he did not have any interaction with the bodies of the victims?
Sustained.
Okay. In your experience, sir, is it generally the paramedics who have interaction with the bodies?
Yes.
And when that occurs before you arrive at a crime scene, in your experience, sir, when you come on the scene after they have attended to the bodies, is there some way that you can tell they have been there before you?
Yes, they will leave the ambulance slip.
An ambulance slip?
Ambulance slip indicating that they've been there in the unit and the time of death and this type of thing.
Is there something about the condition of the bodies of the victims that tells you that paramedics have been there to attend to them before you arrived?
Sometimes, if the paramedics have been there, the body position will be altered.
Have you ever seen the electrocardiogram, the pad that they use for reviving someone, that they place on them to revive the heart?
Yes.
And did you see that in this case?
No.
But that is frequently left on the bodies of victims when paramedics have attended to them before you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything about the bodies as you saw them in this case that indicated to you that they had been disturbed by anyone in any way?
No.
Do you happen to know when the coroner's investigator arrived?
I have that notated here in my log, if I may. Investigator Ratcliffe arrived at 9:10 a.m.
Where were you at that time, sir?
I was at the Bundy location.
So you saw the coroner's investigator arrive?
Yes.
Isn't it policy, sir, that no one is to touch the body of a victim before the coroner's investigator arrives?
That's correct.
And you were present when that coroner's investigator got there?
Yes.
You indicated, I think, that you did not direct anyone to not smoke or drink at the crime scene at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It's generally a given that an officer has been trained and knows better than to smoke or eat at a crime scene. If someone had been observed doing that, we'd have jumped on them right away. That is not tolerated at a crime scene, and that's general knowledge.
So when there's tape around the scene that has been secured with the police tape as a barrier, whatever's inside that scene, no one is allowed to go in there and do anything like smoke or drink or eat.
That's correct.
And if something like that were to occur, it would be very unusual?
Yes.
And a report would be made?
Certainly.
Was there any such report made in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any indication made to you that the crime scene at 875 South Bundy was disturbed in that manner behind the yellow tape in any way?
No.
You indicated that it was more important to get a criminalist to Rockingham Avenue than to the Bundy address at one point during your testimony on cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why?
The Bundy location was a secured location. The victims, the evidence were secure. Nothing was going anywhere. At the Rockingham location, it was an unsecured location. There was a vehicle that was parked at that location with a possible blood stain on it that we wanted analyzed. It was parked partially blocking the street. Again, it was unsecured, and we needed that possible blood stain to be analyzed first. It just made sense because we'd had the other location secured. So we wanted the Rockingham thing out of the way, and that criminalist then was to proceed on to Bundy.
Well, you indicated earlier that the Rockingham address was not a crime scene, and that no crime scene log was generated for it because it was not a crime scene. Can you explain that?
When I was at the location, it was not a crime scene. The criminalist, when I was there, well, the criminalist that was requested was there to only tested blood on the Bronco vehicle. I left before the criminalists arrived.
In the 200 to 300 homicides that you've investigated, sir, has it ever occurred before that you have left a crime scene before it was completed in the processing?
Seems to me there have been instances, yes.
And that when you left the crime scene in previous cases, before the processing was complete, you intended to return?
Yes.
Was that your intention when you left 875 South Bundy for the Rockingham address?
Yes.
Did you expect to be back fairly quickly?
Yes.
So when you left Lieutenant Rogers at the 875 South Bundy address, and I believe you indicated earlier you did not intend for him to process the crime scene for you, you left him there thinking that you were going to be back in a few minutes?
Yes, short time.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Detective, to your knowledge, does the Los Angeles Police Department employ more than one criminalist?
Yes.
And if you wanted two criminalists at two different scenes, would that be available to you?
I don't know.
Did you try?
Did I try?
Yes.
No.
You were present at the autopsy?
Yes.
You've talked to the coroner who conducted it?
Yes.
You were present and directed the crime scene photographs to be taken?
Yes.
You were present and directed the criminalist in his activities?
Yes.
And you later caused to be purchased a stiletto knife from Ross Cutlery. Is that correct?
No.
Did anyone from your department purchase a stiletto knife from Ross Cutlery?
Yes.
You're aware of that knife?
Oh, yes.
You've seen it?
Yes.
You've shared that with the criminalist?
I'm sorry, shared it?
Have you showed it to the criminalist?
I don't know if it was shown to a criminalist or not.
Did you show it to the coroner?
No.
Is it your opinion that this knife, or one substantially similar to it, was the murder weapon?
Be pure conjecture with the knowledge that I have in regards to that knife.
In that case, calls for speculation. Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, anything else?
One question, Your Honor. Sir, is it preferable to use one criminalist in a case to process all of the scenes related to one case?
Yes.
And why is that?
To maintain a certain order and custody of evidence, to have one person with knowledge of more than one scene, someone who is up on everything that's going on with both scenes. It's important for chain of custody of evidence. It's important to be on the same page with the criminalist, and it would be very difficult to employ more than one criminalist, and this was absolutely necessary.
And if you have one criminalist who processes all scenes, he's going to know what's important at each scene because he's seen them all. And he may pick up things that you haven't?
Oh, yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
This witness may be excused.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers in the matter. Next witness, please.
A quick question to Leslie Abramson in Los Angeles. Why did the knife suddenly come up there at the end of the cross-examination?
I don't know why it came up, but I found it very interesting that it appears that it was never shown to the coroner. So why has that knife come up at all? If the people can't establish that a knife similar to the one purchased was used by the assailant, why did we have Camacho and Company on day one? I don't get it.
And explain just in general terms, it would have been shown to the coroner because?
Because you want his opinion as to whether or not this sort of knife, the knife purchased at Ross, was the knife used to kill these people.
Thanks very much. They've recalled now Detective
Spell your name.
Van Adder.
Philip Van Adder, P-H-I-L-I-P.
He is Detective Lang's partner, and we saw him testify at length yesterday about the O.J. Simpson estate and the whole issue of going over the wall onto the property.
Sir, did you attend the autopsies of the victims in this matter, Ron Goldman and Nicole Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of that autopsy, sir, did you observe the coroner to recover blood from each of the victims' blood samples?
Yes.
Did you recover those vials from the coroner's lab and return them somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Those vials of blood samples that you recovered from each of the victims, how were they packaged when you recovered them?
They were packaged in small glass vials with a purple top.
Did they bear some number or description?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Certainly. They had the victims' names and the coroner case number that corresponds to their names on the vial.
Showing you people's 2 and 3, sir, can you tell me whether the people depicted in these photographs are the ones whose autopsies you attended?
Yes, they are. Yes.
And they are?
Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson.
And people's 2 and 3, respectively, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm sorry, sir. You described the packaging. Did that bear a number?
Yes, it did.
What number was that?
The coroner's case number for Mr. Goldman was 945135, and the number for Nicole Brown Simpson was 945136.
And that was on the packages?
That was on a label on the glass vial itself.
And what did you do with those vials?
I hand-carried those to Scientific Investigation Division, Los Angeles Police Department, and handed them over to a employee there, Colin Yamauchi.
What does he do at the police department, sir?
He's an employee of the Scientific Investigation Division that works in the serology department.
And on what date did you deliver those to him?
That would have been the morning after the autopsy, would have been June the 15th.
Now, you've earlier testified concerning a glove that was seen at the south side of the property at 360 Rockingham.
Yes.
Let me show you a photograph. I'd like to be marked People's 21, Your Honor.
All right.
And ask you if this depicts that glove that you saw at the south side of the property in the position in which you saw it.
Yes, it does.
Now, you indicated that yesterday, sir, at approximately 7:30, you left the Rockingham address to secure a search warrant.
That's correct.
What time did you return to the Rockingham address?
Shortly after 11:30 in the morning.
And when you returned, did you see anyone outside the gates of the Rockingham address?
Yes.
Who did you see?
I saw Mr. Howard Weitzman and Mr. Taff, Mr. Skip Taff.
And where were they, if you recall? What gate?
They were standing at the Rockingham gate along the north side of the gate.
And where were you when you saw them?
I had just parked my car and was walking into the gate, walking toward the residence.
Did you make contact with them?
I spoke to Mr. Weitzman, yes, because I recognized him, and he spoke to me.
After you spoke to Mr. Weitzman, what happened next?
I continued into the residence with the search warrant, was there a short time, and I had left instructions with officers if Mr. Simpson arrived at the location to keep him from coming into the residence. And shortly after that period, while I was inside, I looked out and I saw Mr. Simpson at the location.
Did you make contact with him, sir?
Yes.
When you made contact with him, did you notice anything unusual about either of his hands?
Not at first. When I first made contact with him, he had handcuffs on. Shortly after making contact with him, I removed the handcuffs, and I noticed a bandage on his left hand, the left middle finger in the upper joint area.
Now, at some point, did you and the defendant proceed downtown?
Yes.
Now, when I said Mr. Simpson, then I said the defendant. Do you see Mr. Simpson in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out?
Certainly. He's wearing the dark blue suit, seated at the end of the council table there.
Indicating the defendant.
And you transported him downtown?
That's correct, yes.
Did anyone else accompany you downtown?
Yes, another detective from Robbery Homicide Division.
And did anyone else meet you downtown at the same time?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Taft.
Once downtown, did you make some effort to document the condition of his left middle finger?
I did.
What did you do?
I took him to the photography lab of the police department and had it photographed.
Did you cause a blood sample to be taken from Mr. Simpson?
I did.
And did you get his consent to do so?
Yes.
Were you present when that blood was taken?
Yes, I was.
And was the vial given to you after it was taken?
Yes.
What did you do with that vial?
I kept that vial in my possession and hand-carried it to criminalist Dennis Fong and turned it over to him to be booked with the evidence.
And that vial was, did you do it on the same day that the blood was taken from the defendant?
Yes, the 13th.
Of June?
That's correct.
The Mr. Weitzman, who is referred to, was Mr. Simpson's first lawyer in this case.
Okay. Yeah, lower brother. All right.
And Mr. Taft is also an attorney. Cynthia McFadden in Los Angeles, briefly, can you get a hint here of where the prosecutor is going?
To the evidence, Peter. We're going to hear the evidence, I think, very soon. What this is chain of custody. She's establishing that the blood sample came from Mr. Simpson. She's establishing, I think, making the path ready to bring on the experts who will testify about what those samples revealed.
Is there any reason to believe that all of the blood has been tested at this point?
Not all of it, but certainly some of it has been tested. Without that, they won't be able to meet their burden of probable cause. They've got to get Mr. Simpson's blood somewhere at the scene or the victim's blood somewhere at Mr. Simpson's house.
Thanks very much.
Have your photograph, Your Honor, so that you marked People's 22.
All right. We have a 21.
Can we approach? Well, I can just put on the record. I have checked with the lawyers and investigators from my office, and we do not believe that we have received a copy of this photograph. I could take a moment and check with the criminalists, but I believe, my recollection is we have not seen this photograph, and the date on this photograph is June 21st of 91.
91?
Of 94, I'm sorry. I can't see them. With or without my glasses.
May I indicate what's on the photograph, John?
Yeah, there are two gloves and a ruler.
Two gloves, each of them bearing an item number that has already been related to this case. What it does is depict the gloves recovered from the crime scene and the gloves recovered from the house side by side. I would be delighted to provide counsel with a copy of that photograph if he feels that he does not have one. I thought we had given him copies of all photographs. This is not a crime scene photograph at all. It's a lab photograph.
So this is a photo that was taken at the crime lab itself?
Yes.
Do you have a series of such photos from the crime lab?
I don't. As far as I know, I see only one. But I don't know. I thought counsel had all photographs, Your Honor. So I'll certainly have it duplicated for him. Not a problem. It doesn't constitute any evidence that he has not already seen. It simply puts the two items together in one picture.
Well, then perhaps we could use another item of evidence that we have already seen for the purposes of this examination at this time and give us an opportunity to examine this photograph.
Well, I'll give you a chance to examine that photograph. Do you have other evidence that you can present with regard to this at this point?
Well, I don't know how long it takes counsel to look at a picture of two gloves, but I'd be glad to wait until he's satisfied himself that he can match the item numbers of the gloves with the item numbers on his property report and the appearance of those gloves with the appearance of the gloves in the photographs he's already got.
I would say it would take me time to get expert witnesses from New York and other parts of the United States to review this. I obviously am capable of looking at it and see it has two gloves. If that is the only purpose of this photograph, I think Detective Van Adder can identify hundreds of pictures of gloves that we have. It is just ironic that there is one picture that we don't have that they want to use for some reason.
It's one photograph that we have that shows the two gloves in one place side by side. That's all, Your Honor. I don't understand counsel's objection. I don't see why it takes an expert to look at a picture of two gloves.
Mr. Shapiro, I'm not going to preclude Ms. Clark from utilizing this photo. I take her word for the fact that it is a photo of apparently the gloves that we've heard testimony concerning in this preliminary hearing. You are entitled to a copy of it. They've indicated that they would provide one to you. When can that be provided, do you know?
Right now.
You have an extra copy?
My copy?
Okay, you have a smaller version of what he's holding in his hand?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's hand that over to defense counsel.
Are there any other photographs that we haven't received now?
Your Honor, I don't know. I've just been handed a series of photographs that all are crime lab photographs of the gloves. I believe counsel does have them, but I'll be glad to give him these again and have another set made for myself.
We have inventory each item of evidence that has been received, and we have not received any photographs.
That presentation was made to me yesterday, and then other counsel for the defense indicated they did indeed have what they said they didn't have, so I would ask for Mr. Shapiro to examine the items he's been given to date again.
Is that something you can do in a short period of time?
Yeah,
look at your photographs.
Well, how do we know when he has back at his office, Your Honor? I'm turning over all of these photographs that were taken at the crime lab. These are my only
There is
set.
always a certain fascination here when Ms. Clark and Mr. Shapiro spar with one another. But the best information I have in my ear from our panel of analysts is that at the moment, this is much ado about nothing.
Last time we got these, we got a bill for $4,000.
May I proceed?
Yes, let's proceed.
So showing you what's now marked as People's 22. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you see beneath each of these gloves that there's an item number?
I do.
What's an item number?
That's a item number of a piece of evidence that's been recovered and booked as evidence with our crime lab.
And are you familiar with the property report that lists the item numbers for the evidence that was recovered in this case, sir?
Yes, I am.
Were each of the gloves recovered, the one at the 875 South Bundy address and the one at the 360 Rockingham address, given separate item numbers?
Yes, they were.
Do you recognize the item numbers shown in People's 22?
I do.
Can you tell us, sir, whether those are the item numbers that go to each of those respective addresses for each glove?
Yes, item number 9 is the glove that was recovered at 360 Rockingham, and item 37 is the glove that was recovered at 875 South Bundy.
Now, do items also receive a second number, a photograph number?
They normally get what's called a C number that's issued by the photography department, and in the crime report, DR number is affixed also.
For example, in the exhibit next to you, which is People's 19 in B, C, actually all of them, you see these numbers?
Yes.
Are those are photo numbers, sir?
Yes.
As opposed to item numbers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these series of photographs being shown.
Yes, we'll be heard in chambers. In chambers. There's not a realistic sidebar here in this courtroom with as many lawyers as we have.
Well, I'll take the exhibit back.
Yeah, pardon me?
Shall I take the exhibit back?
Sure. Exhibit back, reporter, please, and the attorney.
They're going to go and discuss this photograph in Judge Kennedy Powell's chambers now. The important thing here perhaps is, at least from a visual point of view, is that this is the first time, to the best of my knowledge, that these two gloves, assumedly a left hand and right hand, have been seen together, and this has always been part of the police's contention that the glove at the crime scene at South Bundy matches the glove at Rockingham in terms of a pair. So there is at least that newness about this. Let me bring Cynthia McFadden in. Why do you think they've gone back to chambers, Cynthia?
I think Mr. Shapiro's not happy, Peter, and I really do think this is probably much ado about nothing. If this particular picture doesn't come in, there are certainly plenty of other pictures of these two gloves, a left and a right, which could be put into evidence and put up side by side. So my sense is that Mr. Shapiro doesn't like to be surprised, and indeed there's no reason to surprise Mr. Shapiro in this. The state does have an obligation to show him in advance of showing it to the court what evidence they wish to admit. So he's irritated. This hasn't been a morning that's gone particularly well for him, and my sense is that this stop in the proceedings is more about that than about anything very substantive.
I do get the impression, it's purely a layman's impression as always, that sometimes the prosecution toys with him a little bit in terms of doling out evidence they're supposed to give him. Is that an incorrect impression?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't think Marcia Clark is giving him anything she doesn't have to give him, and of course she doesn't have to. I don't know if you heard the remark. It was hard to hear when Mr. Shapiro said, well, the last time you gave us pictures, you also sent us a bill for $4,000. You know, this is by design contentious. These two lawyers are behaving, I would argue, in professional ways, but it doesn't mean that they're going to give each other any break. Whether or not she's holding back, it seems to me that she doesn't do herself any favors if she is. Perhaps she did hold this picture back, but she's got to know. She's an experienced trial lawyer. She's got to know if she holds back the one picture she wants to put into evidence, she's going to get a fight from Mr. Shapiro. So I doubt it in this case.
Leslie Abramson, if you were, usual question, if you were the defense attorney in this case, would you be behaving in the same manner?
No, I'd probably be more annoyed. Mr. Shapiro's a lot more laid back than I am. See, what's happening here, though, is that Miss Clark is kind of a control junkie, and I'm familiar with the type since I'm the same type. But she's trying to control what Mr. Shapiro does, and he's getting appropriately annoyed at her. I'd be jumping up and down a little more, but it's not right to have a photograph like that not shown to you in advance. And I think he said he already spent $4,000 for his copies of the photos,
so she certainly could have included all of them.
Not right for him to see these two gloves because it's the first time they show up looking like that?
Well, they're trying to use them to show a comparison. They're trying to use the photograph now for evidentiary purposes, not just the gloves, but they're hoping that the way they've lined them up in this photograph will show similarity. Now, he has experts who should have had an opportunity to see that photograph, to see if anything funny has been done to the gloves to make them look more matching than in fact they may be. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want a photograph that has that kind of evidentiary significance shown for the first time on TV.
Without going perhaps too far down the road, how would you be arguing the glove issue at the moment if you were the defense attorney?
How would I be? Well, I don't know what I'd argue about the glove issue since we don't know, in fact, what was on the gloves. As far as the photographs, I think that I'd argue that the prosecution knows we've had experts who have reviewed everything, and by withholding this, they're putting us at a disadvantage in our ability to cross-examine, because we couldn't consult with our experts about whether this photograph is a fair representation of what those gloves look like.
Mr. Filibosian, looking at it from the prosecutor's point of view, are there some benefits to jarring your opponent in a preliminary hearing like this, sort of giving each one another jabs?
Well, you know, Peter, it's not a game, it's not a soccer match or
but
a
it comes off
boxing
like
match.
that a lot of the time, you know.
Well, and it's unfortunate that it does. When I was a trial prosecutor, I was kind of well known for handing over too much discovery. In fact, I handed over a 4-drawer file cabinet once to a defense attorney, and I didn't charge him for it either. So it depends on your attitude. I don't know whether this was on purpose or inadvertent that he wasn't given this photograph. I think perhaps he's reacting a little bit too much to it because eventually he's going to get it. He's going to get a chance to look at it. All they're going to do is delay the proceedings to that photograph before they bring it back in again. So it really doesn't make that much difference.
Yeah,
I think
but
there's a little showmanship on each side.
I was going to say, in a sense, you're supporting Leslie Abramson, who says Marcia Clark, is perhaps not behaving as cooperatively as she might.
I don't know whether it was inadvertent or not, Peter. If it was inadvertent, that's just it. It was an accident. If she did it on purpose, she shouldn't have done it.
Okay. Court is about to reconvene again. Just to remind you that if you just joined us now, it's probably not too long before the noon lunch break in Los Angeles, a little before noon there at the moment. And so far today, before they got into the evidence about the crime scene, 2 crime scenes and maybe 3 if you include Chicago, where the police first got in touch with Mr. Simpson on the trip that he had made from Los Angeles this night. The motion to eliminate the evidence found at his residence was denied by the judge.
Simpson, the defendant, is present with counsel. The people are represented. The detectives on the witness stand. Ms. Clark?
The objection was overruled, Your Honor?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ask that the series of photographs be marked as People's 23.
All right.
They're showing you People's 23. Can you tell us if you recognize what's being shown here?
Yes, I recognize it.
First of all, tell us what's in photograph A.
Photograph A is a picture of Mr. Simpson's left hand, middle finger at the upper knuckle that was taken at my direction in the photo lab.
Does it accurately depict the condition of that knuckle as you saw it when you had the picture taken at Parker Center?
Yes.
Was there only one cut on that finger, sir?
There was a smaller laceration down toward the first knuckle that doesn't show up there very well. It was a small laceration that run in across the finger and down.
Now, the gloves that are shown in B and C of People's 23?
Yes.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the 2 gloves that were found at 875 South Bundy and 360 North Rockingham.
Now, the glove in photograph B contains item number 9. You can see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And as you earlier testified, that was the glove that was recovered from the Rockingham address?
That's correct, yes.
In photograph C, we have number 102 shown as to that glove.
Okay.
Does that reflect a photo number or an item number?
That reflects a photo number.
And are the photo numbers and item numbers correlated?
Yes, they are in the property report.
So that photo number 102 would correlate to item number 37?
That's correct, yes.
Can you describe the position of the glove as it's shown in photograph B? Is that palm up or is that the back of the hand up?
That's the palm of the glove that's facing up.
And in photograph C, can you tell?
May I step down where I can? Thank you. That's the back portion of the glove that's facing up.
And in photograph 22, are these both palm up or are they palm down?
These are both palm up, showing the palm of the glove.
Did you observe the backs of the gloves, sir? The back of the hand of each glove?
At what point?
At any point. Have you ever observed them?
I saw the gloves in their original location, and I was also present when the gloves were shown to the defense at Scientific Investigation Division. So during this period, yes, I have seen the back of them.
Can you tell us if they're plain on the back or there's any kind of design on the back of the hand?
There appears to be a rib design on the back of the glove, leading toward the back portion or wrist portion of the glove.
You were gesturing with lines.
Straight lines.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Cross.
Thank you very much. Detective Van Adder, when you caused to have Mr. Simpson's index finger photographed, did you ask for a criminalist to examine it?
No, I did not.
Did you ask for a medical examiner to examine it?
As it was being photographed?
Yes.
No, sir.
Did you ask for a doctor to examine it?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a nurse to examine it?
At a later date, I did, yes, or at a later time, I asked for a nurse to examine it.
I'm not saying the photograph, I'm saying the finger.
The finger, yes.
So you asked a nurse to examine it?
I asked a nurse after the photograph was taken.
After the photograph.
Yeah.
Did you ask a doctor, a criminalist, or a medical examiner?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you ask anyone if they could determine how recent the cut was?
No, sir.
Did you ask anyone if they could determine the severity of the cut?
No, sir.
Did you ask anyone if they could determine the cause of the cut?
No, sir.
Did you ask anyone to examine the hand to see if there were any glass particles that may have caused the cut?
No, sir.
Was this photograph taken before or after Mr. Simpson gave a statement to you?
After.
And during the statement, Mr. Simpson told you that he...
Objection. Beyond the scope. And hearsay?
Sustained.
On what grounds?
Well, it appears that it was actually both.
Well, hearsay is admissible.
May we be heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we can be heard, can't we? Just with regard to the legality of whether that's hearsay or not.
It's also beyond the scope. If counsel would like to take this witness on direct at the conclusion of cross-examination, I have no objection. But with respect to the hearsay, I'd like to be heard at sidebar.
All right. We will discuss that at sidebar. We're going to break with regard to the general proceedings, and I'll see counsel in chambers with regard to this objection. And we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
Just a quick reference at the beginning of the recess here to the glass particles. Mr. Shapiro asked whether or not anybody asked or discovered there were glass particles in Mr. Simpson's knuckle laceration. You will recall perhaps from very early on, he said that he injured his finger when he was in Chicago. He was holding a glass, he said, at the time when he heard the news of the death of his former wife, and broke the glass in shock at the time of hearing the news. Again, I want to come first to Peter Aranella, our professor from UCLA, who's with us in Los Angeles. Give us some indication of, again, what the prosecution is trying to accomplish at this point.
Well, Peter, I believe that what we're about to hear, perhaps this afternoon, is some sort of evidence about the glove itself, either that the finger that Mr. Simpson had cut, that the same finger on the glove was either cut on the outside, or perhaps a serologist testifying to some blood evidence that is Mr. Simpson's blood type in that finger of that glove. Something like that to connect the cut on Mr. Simpson's hand to the glove.
Okay, Leslie Abramson, our defense attorney, roughly the same opinion?
Well, what's interesting is whether or not the left, remember, this is a cut to his left hand, whether or not the left glove has a cut on the finger is not as significant as the fact that it is the left glove that's dropped at the scene, and the right glove, which is found at Rockingham. So one could opine that the glove was, because you do ask yourself, how could he have a cut if he was wearing gloves? Well, the left glove, at some point, the assailant was not wearing. And so if the assailant was Mr. Simpson, which we do not know, but if it was, that's how he could have a cut to that left hand.
Do any of you in Los Angeles happen to know which hand was picked up at O.J. Simpson's estate and which was picked up at the crime scene?
Yeah, the right was picked up at Rockingham.
Right.
The left was left at the scene. That's why at the scene, the assailant at some point did not have his or her left hand covered.
Does any of this make any particular difference until we get blood samples?
Well,
Leslie, again, if you like.
Well, it's just a slight, linkage. I mean, just the fact that the two gloves are in these two critical places is something of a linkage, just as his having an injury to his left hand when the left glove is the one that came off has a linkage. But until we have the blood results, it's too weak to hold someone to answer on a murder case.
Mr. Filibosian, listening to Mr. Shapiro through a lot of the testimony this morning, he appears to be trying to establish that the police did not act properly in terms of investigating the crime. From the time they picked up Mr. Simpson at his estate and took him downtown and examined his finger, did they behave correctly as far as you're concerned?
Well, it sure appears as though they did, Peter, and I'm not quite sure why he is spending this excruciating, detailed cross-examination on their activities. This is something one might do in trial just to try to make the police look bad or sloppy. But what the prosecution is doing is just laying a very practical foundation for the admissibility of the blood typing. And unless Mr. Shapiro knows something that we don't know, and he certainly hasn't brought it out, about the police conduct in gathering that evidence, all he could be trying to do in some way is to discredit their collection methods to show that the samples were contaminated in some way and therefore the tests aren't going to be valid. But he didn't bring out anything that showed that. One other thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, and I'm sure will be mentioned in further examination, certainly in argument, and that is on the trail of the bloody shoe prints leading away from the crime scene, the detective testified that the blood droplets, which seemed to be dropping straight down based on the splatter analysis, was on the left side of the person who was walking away from the crime scene, leaving those shoe prints.
Boy, that's why you were a district attorney and the rest of us did something else. In other words, the left hand, the left side of the departure from the crime scene, the left glove.
Yes.
Let me introduce one little other thing, just see whether or not you think this is relevant. This is a report from Boston today where a man who was a manager of the O'Hare Plaza Motel last month, where O.J. Simpson stayed the night his former wife and her friend were killed, says that bloody bed sheets were found in the morning. He said he saw broken glass in Simpson's room and a torn-up note, which may not be relevant. And the sheets and the pillowcases from the bed had blood on them. Leslie Abramson, what would you be doing with a piece of information like that?
Well, first I want to hear the witness. I mean, as you know, Peter, there's been a lot of reports that people say various things, and those things don't become evidence. If this actually becomes evidence, I think it will be very interesting, because if Mr. Simpson is saying that he broke a glass and that's when he got that injury, after he spoke to the police, then he would not have had an injury while he was sleeping. and therefore how...
And the witness in this case is Detective Van Adder.
I bet you know what I'm going to say. You've previously been sworn and remain under oath. Please have a seat. Mr. Shapiro, do you wish to withdraw your last question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Detective Van Adder, prior to the time that you examined the cut on the index finger of Mr. Simpson, did you have any information as to the possible source of that cut?
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer yes or no.
I'm trying to think about that. I believe, I don't really recall whether I do or not at this point, or whether I did or not at this point.
In any event, other than photographing it, you took no steps to ascertain anything else regarding the cut?
Well, no, that's not totally true. I asked the nurse that took the blood sample to look at and cleanse and put a Band-Aid on the wound.
Other than that, did you have anyone else examine that wound for age, type of wound, the way the wound was inflicted, or any other indicia that would be important regarding that wound?
No, sir.
Now, that wound is described as being in the index finger of the left hand?
It's on the middle finger of the left hand on the large knuckle. The main wound is on the large knuckle.
And did you compare the location of that wound to a glove that was found either at Bundy or Rockingham?
No, sir, I didn't.
Has anybody under your direction looked at the glove to see whether or not there is a slice in the glove on the middle finger of the left hand that would coincide with the injury Mr. Simpson suffered when you observed him?
Yes, I had the glove looked at.
And what conclusions have been drawn?
I was informed that there was no slice on the glove that would correspond with that injury.
Is it your opinion, based on your investigation, that the murderer was wearing gloves at the time?
Yes.
Do you have any opinion as to how the glove got to the location on Rockingham?
Yes, I certainly do.
And what is that?
My opinion of how the glove got to the location on Rockingham?
Yes.
Well, I believe at the time of the murder, the person was wearing gloves, and during the struggle with the man, one of the gloves was dropped at the crime scene, and the other glove was then transported to Rockingham.
And how did it end up in the debris in Rockingham, in your opinion?
Well, from looking at the scene and from knowing all the circumstances that surround that, I believe it was dropped back there by the person that transported it up to that location, doing whatever he was doing behind there that created the loud thumps on the wall.
And so I would take it you would have the criminalist search that area for blood drops?
Yes.
And did you have the criminalist search that area for blood drops?
Yes.
Were any found?
Not to my knowledge.
I would take it you would have the criminalist check on that area to see if there were any footprints with blood on it?
Yes.
Did you have that done?
I even looked at it myself. There was a lot of debris and leaves lying on the walkway.
Were there any bloody footprints in that area?
I didn't see any, sir, no.
I take it you'd want to determine whether or not, prior to investigator Furman going back there, whether or not anybody else walked in that area. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Prior to investigator Furman going to that area, did you make any determination as to whether anyone else had walked in that area?
Prior to Detective Furman going there?
Yes.
I was not aware of the location until Detective Furman told me about it.
Well, was there any attempt made when Detective Furman went back there to preserve that area so there would be no disturbance of any potential evidence that may be recovered?
Yes, I instructed the criminalist to protect it, protect the piece of evidence, and protect the area. Before I left there, yes.
Was there any determination made as to whether anybody had walked back there before Detective Furman?
I don't know that that could be done with the type of debris that was on the walkway. I would have to say no, there was no determination made.
Was there any determination made as to whether or not that glove could have been thrown over a fence into the area?
I don't know how that could be determined. I don't know.
Was there any determination made as to whether or not that glove could have been dropped out of a bathroom window?
Objection. How could... Counsel's asking for an impossibility. How could such a thing ever be determined?
Sustained.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Was there any determination made that would show any difference between the age of the linings of the two gloves?
Not to my knowledge, not at this time, no.
You were present during the coroner's autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And you've been in contact with the criminalist?
Yes, sir.
And you were in charge of one of the crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Which one was that?
The one on Rockingham.
And did you properly secure that crime scene to preserve evidence?
I believe I did, yes.
Did you properly preserve the Ford Bronco to preserve evidence?
I attempted to. I believe I did, yes.
How did you preserve the Ford Bronco for future evidence?
I had officers at the scene. I instructed them to protect and preserve the items as well as the Ford, and I instructed the officers to have the vehicle impounded to the print shed, Los Angeles Police Department print shed.
To your knowledge, were those directions followed?
I would hope so.
Do you know if they were or not?
No, because I was not at the scene there for a long period of time.
Do you have any reports or have you heard from any officer that coffee stains from members of the media were on the Bronco after you secured the crime scene?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any information that after you secured the crime scene, the Bronco was towed to Vitarelli's tow truck yard?
That's a possibility. I'm not aware of that either, sir.
That wouldn't be something that you directed, would it?
Well, that could be done because the tow service for West Los Angeles Division, each area has a separate tow service. It could have been taken there before it was brought to the print shed. I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't do that as somebody who had secured evidence to have some tow truck driver take it to a tow yard, would you?
Well, that's what normally happens with vehicles that we impound. They're normally impounded by the tow service that's in that area.
And is that a proper way of preserving evidence, in your opinion?
It's about the only way that we can move a vehicle without driving it.
Is it a proper way of preserving evidence to have an independent tow truck driver tow a car by himself to an impound yard?
Well, they're not independent. They're OPG tow services, which are our official police garages that are licensed by the police commission. And that is normally done from each area that you're in. Each area would have its own OPG service. Yes, I think that's a proper way of protecting it.
So as one of the lead homicide detectives in Los Angeles Police Department, you feel secure that you can leave a scene, have an unknown tow truck driver come hook up a piece...
This is argumentative.
Sustained.
I haven't even finished. It gets better. You weren't aware that that happened, though?
Aware that...
That's vague. What?
All right. Tell us what happened to your knowledge, what happened to the Ford Bronco from the time you left it at the crime scene on Rockingham?
I don't know, sir. I wasn't there.
Well, why don't you look at your book or your notes or your chronological record or talk to some of your fellow detectives and see if you can answer that question.
Well, objection, Your Honor. This witness is the one who's being posed the question now. If counsel wants to ask the question of another witness who may have personal knowledge, he's free to do so. But to direct this witness to run around and talk to people and look through books is an improper question.
Sustained as to the form of your question, Mr. Shapiro.
I thought you said he was in charge of the investigation at Rockingham.
Do you have that kind of information available in your murder book?
Your Honor, there should be a tow record on the vehicle in the murder book, yes. A vehicle report that would indicate that the vehicle was towed.
You were present, he's told us, at the coroner's autopsy?
Yes.
You talked to the criminalist?
Have you talked to a criminalist in this case? Yes, the Los Angeles Police Department criminalist.
Have you talked to more than one criminalist from Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
How many are involved in this case?
Well, I know of 3 personally. Would you like me to name them?
Yes, please.
Well, Mrs. Kessler, who's the assistant lab director, has assisted. Colin Yamauchi.
Objection, Your Honor. I think counsel's question was vague, and it's drawing an answer that indicates how vague it was. If counsel could be more specific in his question to Detective Van Adder to indicate whether he means the criminalist that goes to the crime scene, does the field work, or the ones that are serologists that work in the lab dealing with the analysis of the physical evidence. They are 2 different things.
The objection's overruled. Yamauchi, Kessler.
And Dennis Fall.
Are you aware that the Los Angeles Police Department went to a location known as Ross's Cutlery and purchased a stiletto knife?
Yes.
Was that stiletto knife, to your knowledge, shown or described to the coroner?
Yes.
Which one? Was it shown
to the coroner.
Was it shown or described to the criminalist?
I don't believe so.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not a stiletto knife substantially similar to the one you purchased was the murder weapon in this case?
That's way outside my field of expertise. I would have no answer to that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, do you have any additional questions?
I do, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, can you think of a reason why you would want to show the knife purchased from Ross Cutlery to a criminalist?
No.
It's not a knife recovered from a crime scene, was it?
No.
And with respect to the 3 people you named as criminalists in this case, of the 3 you named, how many were involved in the field work, by which I mean outside at crime scenes collecting evidence?
Only one, Dennis Fall.
Did you see any bloody shoe prints on the driveway of 360 Rockingham?
No.
As a matter of fact, you were at the original crime scene at 875 South Bundy, is that correct?
This is Peter Jennings in New York. ABC News coverage of today's hearing will continue. Stations that wish to cut away for their own local news may do so now.
The alleyway behind the residence?
That's correct, yes.
Were the bloody shoe prints to the right of those blood drops visible the entire path next to the blood drops that were found all the way to the back of the residence?
You could see portions of the shoe prints, yes.
Were they equally dark from the beginning of the trail to the end?
No.
By the time you got out to the alley, could you see shoe prints at all?
No.
Are you familiar, sir, with a report or a paper with notes on it pertaining to a 459 at 874 South Bundy? Suspects there now?
Yes, I have some knowledge of that.
Can you tell us, enlighten us as to what that pertains to, or how that came about, if you know?
I can tell you what I was informed of.
Yes.
I was informed by a uniformed officer, and I can't recall his name, that night at the scene, that call was generated because the 2 original people that found the crime scene knocked on a person's door who wouldn't answer the door, and this person called the police and reported that they thought there were burglary suspects there.
And those 2 people, were those the witnesses that you looked? Did you, after concluding your testimony this morning, approach me to say that you wanted to review your notes and be... Did you approach me after you concluded your testimony this morning, sir?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you approach me?
I was unhappy with my identification of photograph A as being the rear gate, and I believed it to be the front gate.
And did you go back and ascertain whether that was correct? What was correct?
I did. Photograph A is indeed of the front gate, not the rear gate.
Photograph A is the front gate of 875 South Bundy?
That's correct.
And you were mistaken when you earlier testified that it was the rear gate.
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Any questions? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
So Detective Lang is brought back just to clarify a mistake that he made this morning.
People call Donald Barabbas.
Cynthia McFadden, the question of the tow truck, any relevance that you can see to this hearing in the future?
Peter, I'm stumped. I mean, my guess is that what Mr. Shapiro's trying to do is throw doubt wherever he can and try casting about a bit. Maybe my colleagues have a better idea than I, but it seems to me that Mr. Shapiro was using this sort of splatter approach. He throws enough up there and maybe something will stick.
Well, he certainly does lead people like you and me to be, me especially, to be particularly confused. Leslie Abramson, is this a tactic to sow doubt wherever you can?
Is it a tactic I'd use, or is it a tactic Mr. Shapiro is using?
Is it a tactic you believe he is using?
I think that's what he's doing, but it's a very odd tactic to use in a preliminary hearing. Where are your 12 doubters? They're not in the room.
Thank you. A reminder from Leslie Abramson that it is the judge here who needs to be impressed, and not a jury of 12 citizens, but a judge is the only person who needs to be convinced that there is a burden of proof that he can be bound over for trial, where, of course, there has to be doubt without question. Cynthia McFadden, again, I don't mean to stump you again. I just don't know the answer to this. Have you? No, on the contrary.
Right up here, sir.
State and spell your name for the record.
Thano Paratis. T-H-A-N-O-P-E-R-A-T-I-S.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Alan. Mr. Paratis, sir, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
You're a registered nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you qualified to draw blood from people?
Yes.
How long have you been a registered nurse?
About 40 years.
And where are you employed as a registered nurse?
Parker Center Jail.
At Parker Center Jail? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you so employed on the date of June the 13th, 1994?
Yes.
Have you received some training in a medically approved manner of taking blood from people in a way that does not contaminate the blood?
Yes.
And did you, on June the 13th, 1994, remove a blood sample from someone you recognize in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point that person out?
A gentleman over there.
And what's he wearing right now?
I didn't hear you.
What is he wearing right now, for the record?
A black suit.
Are you referring to the defendant here, Mr. Simpson?
Oh, the defendant. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Yes, who are you referring to that you took blood from in this court?
Oh, yes, the defendant.
Indicating Mr. Simpson.
And how did you do that?
Oh, I put a tourniquet on his arm and cleaned the arm with Zephyrin and took a syringe with a needle and withdrew the blood and put the blood into a test tube.
Was that a sterile test tube?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you seal the test tube?
The tube was sealed. It had a rubber stopper on it.
It already had a rubber stopper
Yes.
on it? How did you get the blood into it?
I stuck the needle into it and then injected it.
And then you just withdrew the needle?
Then withdrew the needle with syringe.
And did that leave the test tube then secure with the blood in it?
Yes.
And what did you do with that vial of blood?
I handed the tube to Detective Van Adder.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes. Do you remember, sir, which arm you drew the blood from?
The right arm.
Did you make any observations of any injuries of Mr. Simpson at the time?
I'm sorry?
Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Simpson at the time you withdrew the blood?
Not at that time, no.
At some time, did you?
After Mr. Simpson, after I put a bandage up Mr. Simpson's arm, I was asked, I can't remember if it was by Mr. Simpson or one of the detectives, if I would dress a wound on his finger.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Where was the wound?
It was on his left hand, on his left middle finger.
Did you examine the wound?
Just a cursory examination. I just looked at it and I cleaned it, which is what we routinely do, Then I put a dressing on it.
Did you determine the age of the wound?
Not really. It was a little difficult to determine the age. It looked like, between 12 and 24 hours, but I really couldn't say.
Did you ascertain the cause of the wound?
No. It just looked like a little small cut.
In the last 5 years, how many times have you conducted a similar type of examination for somebody from the Robbery Homicide Division?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
How much blood did you withdraw from Mr. Simpson?
Approximately 8 cc's.
You say approximately. You did not measure the amount?
Well, it could have been 7.9 or it could have been 8.1. And I just looked at the syringe. It looked at about 8 cc's. I withdrew the needle from his arm.
Nobody asked you to take a precise amount of blood? And you did not record the amount of blood you took?
No. It's just routinely, that's about the amount I usually draw.
And you do this on a routine basis every day? Do you do this every day in the jail, take blood?
Oh, whenever, not for this sort of thing. It's usually for alcohol, blood alcohol.
But you do take blood on a regular basis? And you take the same amount of blood?
Yes.
Where did you get the tube from that you put the blood into?
We have a drawer in the dispensary that has tubes in it. And I asked Detective Van Adder to go to that drawer, take the tube out with the purple top, and put Mr. Simpson's name on it and the date, and then hand it to me.
Are there any lot numbers on the tubes that you used?
I believe there are.
Did you record the lot?
No, we don't record that.
Did you record any information as to an inventory regarding the tube that was used to save this blood?
No. It's not a routine procedure that we do.
Did you put any preservative in the tube?
The preservative was already in the tube.
Did you check that before you put Mr. Simpson's blood in?
It's in there, and it's understood that it's in there. And this preservative is called EDTA, and I don't know what those initials mean.
Did you put the preservative in
No,
there?
it's in there.
Did you see someone put it in
No,
there?
they come that way.
Did you shake the blood after you put it into the tube? For how long did you shake it?
Oh, about 10 seconds.
How did you shake it?
Just over and over like this.
For the record, the witness was making a gesture with his hand as though it was a fist, something in it, and turning it palm down, palm up.
All right.
Have you ever seen that blood sample again?
No.
Do you know what Detective Van Adder did with that blood sample?
I don't know. I have an idea what is supposed to be done with it, but I don't know what he did with it.
Did you see what he did with it?
Well, he put it in an envelope.
What kind of envelope did he put it
A
in?
gray envelope that has an affidavit on it that I signed.
A gray envelope?
Yes.
And it had an affidavit?
Yes.
What did the affidavit say?
Well, it refers to the fact that, I drew the blood on such and such a date, and I handed it to Detective Van Adder.
Did you get a copy of that affidavit?
No, that affidavit goes with the officer that takes the blood.
Did you indicate on that affidavit how much blood you drew?
No.
Yes.
Mr. Tanopparatus, as you may notice, is wearing a hearing aid, has a little difficulty sometimes hearing it. That seems to be the only reason for his hesitation. And his only observation about Mr. Simpson's wound or laceration, not so much to be a wound, but certainly a laceration to his index knuckle, is he thought it might be somewhere between 12 and 24 hours old, but he could not be sure. Cynthia McFadden, perhaps a foolish question, but the family's there every day, all the day. consistent with a case like this?
Very consistent, Peter. In fact, in most, not only high-profile trials, but in many criminal trials from around the country, even the ones that nobody's at, there are those lonely family members.
For persons in custody. Is this what you referred to as an affidavit?
Well, why don't you show it to the witness, counsel?
Yes, could you show it to the witness so he knows exactly what you're referring to, please?
This is called a medical treatment record.
That's not the affidavit?
No, sir.
Let's see if we have the affidavit. This is not what you referred to. Do you have the affidavit? Does the affidavit remain on the envelope, do you know?
It is printed on the envelope. It's a gray envelope.
People call Dennis Fung?
Thank you for coming. In other words, we've heard from the beginning that we can anticipate a fairly lengthy list of witnesses, such as Mr. Tanaparatis, people who witnessed the crime scene. Now, this is the criminalist who we've seen before, Dennis Fong, and he is being recalled to the stand. He is the principal criminologist, or
My
criminalist.
name is Dennis Fung, D-E-N-N-I-S-F-U-N-G.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what is your job?
I am a criminalist employed by the Los Angeles Police Department.
What kind of criminalist are you?
I am assigned to the Firearms Analysis Unit right now, and I am, my job title is Criminalist 3, and that is one of the criminalists who also is a training officer for new criminalists in crime scene processing.
How long have you been a criminalist for the Los Angeles Police Department?
I've been a criminalist for almost 10 years.
Can you tell us, sir, what academic degrees you've achieved at this point?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in criminalistics from the California State University at Long Beach. I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in chemistry from the California State University at Long Beach. And those are my degrees there.
And what kind of, if any, on-the-job training have you had?
I have received training from supervisors and other criminalists in the laboratory in crime scene processing. I have attended seminars put on by the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the California Association of Criminalists regarding crime scene processing and reconstruction. While in college, I did an internship with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, in which part of the internship was to go out with their forensic specialists and observe them processing crime scenes. And part of my coursework in college involved processing of mock crime scenes.
Have you attended any seminars concerning crime scene processing, sir?
Yes, I have. In 1991, I attended an American Academy of Forensic Sciences seminar, and in 1988, a seminar put on by the California Association of Criminalists.
Could you please explain for us what crime scene processing means?
Crime scene processing involves the recognition and identification of potential evidence, also the documenting the location of that evidence and maintaining a chain of custody for that evidence, and the proper collection and packaging of evidence to preserve its integrity.
Are there any associations, professional associations, that you're a member of, sir?
Yes, I am a member of the California Association of Criminalists. I've been a member since 1984, and I am a provisional member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners since 1992.
Are you involved in the training of any other criminalists more junior than yourself?
Yes, I am. As I stated before, I'm one of the training officers for the newer criminalists in crime scene processing.
And have you done that in any other location other than the one you're doing presently?
I also have assisted in the training of West Valley Bureau detectives. We put on a crime scene seminar for them back in, I think it was 1989.
Now, is it part of your training to learn how to properly package and preserve evidence that you've collected from a crime scene?
Yes, it is.
And to properly document that evidence?
Yes.
Is it part of your duty to maintain the chain of custody and the integrity of the evidence that you collect?
Yes.
Is there any kind of analysis, that is blood analysis work, that you perform on the scene when you're out collecting evidence?
Yes. Out at the scene, I will perform what is known as presumptive blood tests. And that is done so that, well, there are a lot of stains that look like blood, and the presumptive test is a good way to eliminate the collection of stains that are not blood.
So you have performed that presumptive test for blood on how many occasions, sir?
I approximate I've done about 10,000 presumptive tests for blood.
About how many crime scenes have you processed in your experience?
I've processed approximately 500 crime scenes.
And have you ever qualified as a crime scene processing expert in a court of law?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've qualified approximately 20 times.
Now, were you called out to process a crime scene at approximately 5:30 a.m. on June the 13th, 1994?
Yes, I did. Yes, I was.
And to what location were you directed?
The location was 360 North Rockingham.
You arrived there when?
I arrived there at 7:10.
And when you arrived there, did you make contact with a detective?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
I was met there by Detective Van Adder.
And what occurred when you contacted him at that location?
Detective Van Adder briefed me on the crime scene. He showed me blood stains on a Bronco on the driver door exterior handle, and also blood drops along the driveway and a glove on the south side of the house.
I'm directing your attention, sir, to People's 8. Photograph A. First of all, can you tell us who's the gentleman shown in photograph A?
That appears to be me.
That you?
Me, yes.
Okay. Do you remember the item that you're pointing to in photograph A?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is what I believe...
That it is blood, when it was in fact one of those other things you named that I can't even pronounce.
To my knowledge, none of them.
Now, after you performed that test on the item number 1 that you've indicated on the Ford Bronco, did you proceed to test some other blood drops?
Yes, I did.
And where were those located, sir?
There were other blood drops proceeding along the rear of the Bronco leading up to the driveway, along inside the driveway of the compound, and leading towards the front entrance of the house.
Showing you people 6. Directing your attention specifically to photographs D, E, and F. Do you see in all of those these little pieces of paper on the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what they are?
Those are markers indicating where there were red stains.
And do those markers indicate stains that you tested, sir?
Yes.
Now, could you, first of all, I meant to ask you before, with respect to that presumptive test for blood, how is it performed? What do you do?
We will wet a cotton swab with distilled water, apply the wet swab to the stain so that the suspected blood is absorbed onto the swab. Phenolphthalein is applied to the swab at that point, and I have observed a slight greenish cast appear at that point. The second step is to add hydrogen peroxide, and a very bright pink color shows up almost immediately at that point, and that would be a positive test.
When the bright pink color comes up, it says that means it's positive for blood? Sorry, positive for an indication of blood.
Yes.
And you performed the test in that manner with respect to the item you've indicated in photo number 1 and item 1, the spot on the door handle of the Ford Bronco?
Yes.
Now, how do you collect blood stains from a crime scene?
Generally, stains are transferred onto a swatch by first wetting the swatch with distilled water, applying it to the stain so that the blood is absorbed onto the swatch, and at that point it's put into a plastic bag and then put into a coin envelope where it is labeled with the corresponding photo ID number.
Now, is it also your job, sir, to package all of the evidence that you collect and label it with what is known as a DR number?
Yes, it is.
And did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to be directing your attention to item numbers 1.
Just one quick reference to blood here. This is Peter Jennings in New York, reminding you of what Leslie Abrams had told us a short while ago. The initial blood tests will tell us only that the blood is of a certain type. It will only be later, longer, more complicated tests which will break down blood into DNA, which might or might not identify the blood as being clearly Mr. Simpson's.
Is that another criminalist with the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Do you usually send 2 criminalists to a crime scene?
Not always, no.
What was this criminalist doing with you on that particular day?
She was there to learn how to process scenes.
So you were showing her how it's done?
Yes.
Now, with respect to items 1 through 8, what are those items, sir, as described in your report?
Item 1 is a cloth swatch used to transfer a red stain. Item 2 is a wood stick. Item 3 is a Marlboro cigarette butt. Item 4 is another cloth swatch used to transfer red stain. To make it easier, items 4 through 8 are cloth swatches used to transfer red stains. And is that all you asked for?
That's all I asked for.
Okay.
Okay, so as to item 1, sir, that was the Ford Bronco you've already testified to.
Yes.
With respect to items 4 through 8, where were those items? Those were blood stains also?
Yes.
Where were those recovered?
Items 4 through 8?
Yes.
Items 4 through 8 were collected within the driveway of 360 North Rockingham. There was a trail starting from the gate and leading up to the front door of the house.
Starting from the gate, sir?
The gate on, I believe, Rockingham.
Let me show you photographs that you've seen that were previously marked as People's 8. You see photograph C and photograph D?
Yes.
In photograph C, do you see a marker with the number 4 on it?
Yes, I do.
And that's on the asphalt right behind the Ford Bronco?
Yes.
And photograph D, see, appears to be of the asphalt also?
Yes.
A close-up of photograph 4?
Possibly, yes.
Well, sir, do you see any other markers on asphalt?
No.
So do you think that photograph D is a close-up of the photograph shown in C?
It's a good possibility.
How many cloth swatches do you have of blood recovered from asphalt in your report, sir?
Just one.
We are listening to Dennis
And is that
Fong,
one
the
the item
criminalist
number 4?
who was at the scene outside
does
O.J.
D appear to be a
Simpson's
close-up of
residence on the morning after the
stain
killing
on asphalt, sir?
of his former wife and her friend Ronald Goldman. He will continue, and so shall we, right after this.
What did you determine? What test?
If you question your bladder control protection, the answer is a whole new technology from Attens. What makes it so new? From smaller pads and guards to larger undergarments and briefs, Attens has a revolutionary fiber inside.
How can fibers protect me?
Only Attens has miracle perma-dry fibers woven in.
Sounds really different.
Is it? Fibers that pull moisture into the core faster, where it's turned into a gel and trapped inside.
Faster. What does that mean?
Now, only Attens absorbs faster to help stop spillover.
One more question. Where can I get it?
Call 1-800-ATTENS for a free sample of our new pad, guard, undergarment, or brief. New Attens, the answer to protection without question.
Before I started putting the adhesive on, the Super Polygrip, I couldn't eat the heroes. I couldn't eat the apples. I couldn't eat the nuts. Now that I wear the dentures with Super Polygrip, I can eat more of my favorite foods and not worry about my dentures. I just eat and enjoy it.
I believed her because she's a doctor, and quite frankly, because she's a woman. She knows women's skin, and she told me to use Dove. If a dermatologist tells me to use Dove, I'm going to do it.
Dove, with its 1/4 moisturizing cream, is recommended by more dermatologists than any other cleansing bar.
My skin definitely felt better, softer than with soap. I didn't think it would make a dramatic difference, but it did. It really did. If that dermatologist were here right now, I'd give her a big hug.
I believe in doing things the natural way, so I chose Vagisil Yeast Control Anti-Itch Suppositories with all-natural homeopathic ingredients. A natural alternative. What a great idea.
New Vagisil Yeast Control with all-natural homeopathic ingredients from the makers of Vagisil Cream, the most trusted medication for all kinds of feminine itching.
It's natural, it's reasonably priced, and it's from Vagisil. I like that.
New Vagisil Yeast Control.
Side of the...
This is ABC's news coverage of the O.J. Simpson preliminary hearing. As we said earlier, Mr. Simpson has been implacable and inscrutable for the most part throughout, hardly exhibiting any other expression than that from almost the first day, with the exception when the witnesses on the stand at the time were shown the first pictures of his former wife, Nicole Simpson, and her friend Ronald Goldman dead at the scene of the crime. Other than that, he has sat silently, impassively beside his defense attorney, Mr. Shapiro. We have been listening to Dennis Fong laboriously and exhaustively lay out for the prosecution precisely what he does as the criminalist for the Los Angeles Police Department our analysts in Los Angeles reminding us this is a necessary building of the body of evidence by which the prosecution will try to convince the judge that Mr. Simpson should be bound over for trial.
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be the same glove in the same location as those depicted in photographs A through D? And E?
Yes.
Now, E, that photograph E, do you recognize that one? That photograph, sir?
I haven't seen, well, it appears to be a depiction of the item number 9.
Did you cause that photograph to be taken or have some part in setting that up?
Yes. Detective Van Adder asked me to have the glove photographed, and I did. I had some of the lab personnel do that.
And it has item number 9 on it. What does that tell you?
That indicates to me that that is the same glove that is depicted in People's 21.
And in the other photographs that you've previously identified, A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
Did you perform some test on the item number 9, that glove, at the location where you found it?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of test was that?
I performed the presumptive test for blood on it, and it came back with a positive result.
After you obtained the results on people's on item number 1 and item numbers 4 through 8 and item number 9, the glove, did you collect those items?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier you had them all packaged?
Yes.
And all were labeled with the DR number for this case?
Yes.
In what manner did you package the blood swatches that you obtained from the location of 360 Rockingham?
Initially, I put the cloth swatches in plastic bags individually, then placed the plastic bags into a coin envelope and labeled the envelope with a photo ID number.
And with respect to the glove, item number 9, how did you package that?
The glove in item number 9 was packaged in a brown paper bag.
Now, the photographs that I have shown you with respect to the Ford Bronco and the driveway, and let me also show you People 6 again. Now I'm referring to People 6.
Yes.
People's 9.
Yes.
And People's 8.
Yes.
Do these photographs accurately depict the evidence and the location in which you found them, the condition in which you found them?
Yes, they do.
At what time did you complete your work at the Rockingham Avenue address?
We completed the collection and documentation at approximately 10 o'clock.
And where did you go after that?
At that point, we proceeded on to, I forgot the address here. We proceeded on to 875 South Bundy.
And what time did you arrive there?
We arrived there at 10:15.
Did you meet with a detective at that location, sir?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I was met there by the officer in charge of the scene, Detective Lang.
Talk to him when you got there?
Yes, I did.
Did he tell you something?
Yes, he told me items of evidence he wanted me to collect, and he showed to me a blood trail and some shoe prints which appeared to be bloody shoe prints.
Did he ask that you do something with them?
He asked that I photograph them and measure their locations.
And did you prepare a report of what you did with respect to the evidence you recovered at the scene at 875 South Bundy?
Yes, I did prepare a property report.
Now, did you have any interaction with the bodies of any of the victims at the crime scene?
I briefly saw them being removed, but no.
Is it part of your job to have any contact with the bodies of victims when you go to crime scenes to process them?
Under certain circumstances, I may, but the bodies are under the jurisdiction of the coroner's office.
Now, sir, did you recover a glove from the location of 875 South Bundy?
Yes, I did.
Showing you the photograph that has been previously marked as People's 12, can you tell me if you recognize what's shown there?
Yes, in the photograph marked People's 12, a brown glove is depicted along with a photo ID number 102.
And that photo ID number 102 corresponds to what item number, sir?
Photo ID 102 corresponds to item number 37.
Did you prepare a report concerning any analysis you may have performed on that item?
I did not do an analysis of the glove at the scene.
You did not?
No.
Why not?
It was not necessary for the investigative process at that time.
Directing your attention, sir, to a photograph that has been previously marked People's 11. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
The photograph marked People's 11 depicts a dark blue watch cap, and next to it is a marker with the number 103.
And that corresponds to what item number, sir?
That corresponds to item number 38.
And what test did you perform on that item?
No test was done on the cap at that point in time.
Why not?
It was not necessary for the investigative process at that time.
What do you mean by that?
It is best to not manipulate the evidence and to leave it in as much an undisturbed condition so that it can later be analyzed in a proper setting back at the laboratory. By manipulating the evidence out at the scene, valuable trace evidence could be lost. So what we try to do is just leave it as undisturbed as possible and pack it by packaging it and bringing it back to the lab.
So you try to do as little testing as you can of items in order to preserve them,
Yes.
and only if it's absolutely
Thing you hear from Mr. Fong here, is he doing it properly? Is he doing the tests properly? Is he packaging everything properly? Should he be doing any other matching or control which he hasn't referred to?
He is doing this strictly by the book. This is the collection and preservation of evidence. There is no analysis at this point in time except for his presumptive tests to determine that a particular substance appears to be blood rather than something else. The analysis will be done in the laboratory. He must do this painstaking process so that there can be no belief or indication that the evidence is in any way contaminated.
I'm reminded that Gerald Ullman, the defense co-counsel, said yesterday in reference, I think, to the blood on the Bronco, or sorry, to the red stain on the Bronco, that it might have been anything, including Tabasco sauce. Have we heard here from Mr. Fong, in your view, that what was found was actually blood based on his presumptive test, as you called it?
I think he said taco sauce, but that's beside the point. We haven't heard from Mr. Fung about tests that he did on the Bronco, but he did say that he had done presumptive tests on other blood spots at Rockingham. What he's doing now is going through this, what's called a foundational process, before the prosecution can introduce testimony about the analysis of the blood and the other items. They must first show that they were collected and preserved properly. Again, I think this is probably more painstaking than usual because of the notoriety of this case.
It is a reminder, of course, to the public that the law proceeds in a somewhat different manner in real life than it does on television as a rule. Leslie Abramson, as you listen to this, putting yourself again, if you wouldn't mind, in Mr. Shapiro's shoes, would you be challenging anywhere here?
Photographs and tests.
If it were me, no.
Thank you.
Not at this point.
Yes, I was.
Showing you people's 19 and 20, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
We're going to break away from the O.J. Simpson preliminary hearing now to bring you the 5 o'clock news. Severe weather set to slam the Twin Cities. Dave Dahl has word on tornado watches and warnings coming up next on Live at 5.
Came over to the residence. You saw those pictures as terrible as they were. He was in some jeans and some kind of shoes that are far different. And the evidence will be he went home, dropped off a book, changed clothes before he came to Nicole Brown Simpson. But the reason that you weren't told those facts is because it's important they keep this 10-15 time. They've got to keep everything squashed in there so they can tell you, oh, we had plenty of time to commit this crime. And when we conclude today, you're going to see there was no time to commit this crime. And so, to wrap up this part about the so-called character assassination or whatever, what I'd like you to do, as with all of the evidence in this case, is to keep an open mind till you've heard both sides. They may try to bring out incidents about this marriage, and these people did divorce in 1992. And unfortunately in our society, there are far too many divorces. People don't always get along. And we sometimes get divorced. Some of you probably gotten divorced. And it's unfortunate when that happens. But I'd like you to keep an open mind. But I think perhaps the most important thing about this whole area is this as a response to Mr. Darden. There is an expert in the United States whose name is Dr. Lenore Walker. She's, by all accounts, the #1 expert in America on the field of domestic violence. She's been called by some the mother of the battered woman syndrome. Now, they didn't talk about this yesterday, but Lenore Walker will be a witness for the defense. And I want to talk to you about her and her testimony because I think it'll be relevant as we talk about Mr. Darden and what he has to say on this area. We know that Mr. Darden is not an expert in this area, and he's a lawyer conveying the facts as he understood them. But he wasn't there. Dr. Lenore Walker, this #1 expert in America, perhaps in the world, in this concept, has seen and interviewed and tested Mr. Simpson. She hasn't concluded all the testing yet, but she will testify to you about the results of those tests when she's completed. But she has and does have some feelings about this case and about Mr. Darden's remarks. In fact, as an expert, she's permitted to watch Mr. Darden, and she watched him yesterday. And she was kind enough to share with me last night what her thoughts were about this theory.
Maybe approach.
I'm going to tell what the evidence is going to be.
All right, Mr.
He's going to offer to the jury Ms. Walker's feelings about my specific comments yesterday. My opening statement was not evidence, Your Honor. Ms. Walker ought to confine her opinions to the evidence in the case. And this is argumentative, and it's been argumentative.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. Dr. Walker, along with a number of us in the courtroom when Mr. Darden was speaking yesterday, felt that it's offensive to women to say that they never had a job.
This is argument.
All right, very well. You're right, Your Honor. And let me rephrase that.
She was going to testify as to her analysis of Mr. Simpson or what her testimony is going to be. That's one thing. Commentary upon Mr. Darden is something else.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that. Let me see if I can restate that in a positive way, Your Honor. With regard to Mr. Darden's statements yesterday, you recall when Mr. Darden said that Nicole Brown Simpson never held a job, and he wanted to paint this picture for her for being, you know, totally under control and being controlled by O.J. Simpson and under his thumb and that sort of thing. Well, I think that some of us would feel that somebody who raises 2 children, who's an excellent mother, that's a pretty major job, being a homemaker. And we'll talk about whether or not Nicole Simpson was a Barbie doll that one could just make in their own mode. Because even in Darden's statement, he said this was a strong, tough lady. I think you'll find that's what the evidence is going to be. But with regard to this whole aspect of battering, in this case, let me say up front that Mr. Simpson is not proud at all of the fact that he and his wife got into an altercation and she was struck on January 1st, 1989. He's not proud of that. In fact, in the course of this evidence, you're going to see perhaps 3 letters that he wrote apologizing to his wife. But what Mr. Darden and what the evidence hasn't shown you so far was that from 1989, January 1st, 1989, they made a big thing out of that. From that day forward to the present date, there's no evidence that O.J. Simpson ever struck his wife again. Now, you should never strike your wife. But even when he made a mistake on January 1st, 89, he paid his debt for that. He went to court, and he pled nolo contendere. He pled no contest for that. He was sentenced to community service, and he paid his debt. Now they want to retry that, I suppose. They don't tell you that. There was not any touching after that. In fact, O.J. Simpson did something else. After that incident, he was so contrite that he had a prenuptial agreement with Nicole Brown Simpson. So if they got a divorce, what her share would be. And he went and he had his lawyer put in writing, which was later signed by her, that if I ever strike you again, the prenuptial agreement is voidable. And until the date of her death, that agreement was never made void or voidable. Now, those are the facts. And so when Dr. Walker comes and testifies to you, she will talk about the fact that life-threatening violence usually precedes a homicide incident. And she does not find that in this case. She will, I believe, testify that according to the National Institute of Justice, approximately 2.5 million women are battered in this country every year. An intolerable situation. Statistics indicate, however, that between 1,200 and 4,000 of those women are killed. That's 1,200 to 4,000 of the 2.5 million battered. Dr. Walker will testify that it is impossible to use these statistics to prove that anybody who allegedly batters becomes a murderer. You might liken it to an example of smoking. Somebody may get lung cancer. The fact they get lung cancer may mean they smoke and may not. But if you smoke, I can't automatically predict you're going to get lung cancer. And so that this is not a predictable science, according to the lady who's the mother of this particular area. That although domestic violence is a very, very serious problem in this country, the level of violence in this case, the pattern, is atypical. Atypical means untypical of those relationships where a lethal incident often occurs. For instance, stalkers don't go all across the United States working, doing commercials, shooting movies, having a new girlfriend, going out with their life, doing all the things you're going to find this evidence is about. They don't have a new girlfriend by the name of Paula Barberi, who you've been very serious about from the time from April of 1992 till April of 1993 until Nicole Brown Simpson asked to reconcile and get back together. She did it in this way. She sent to Mr. Simpson, among other things, a video of their marriage, a video of the birth of their children, accompanied by a long letter spelling out how much she wanted to get back with this family. I think you'll find that's not stalking. And Mr. Simpson's response was, we've had problems in the past. I have a girlfriend now. I'm happy. Let's take our time about this. But she pursued. She followed up on that. She pursued. She wanted to move back to Rockingham. She didn't like the housekeeper there. She wanted him to fire her. Michelle's her name. And ultimately, she got into an altercation and struck Michelle. He didn't want to fire Michelle. Ultimately, Michelle did leave after being struck. It was her who pursued this in May of 1993 to May of 1994. And when Darden talked to you yesterday, he didn't mention that. And we will conclusively prove that to you so that when Dr. Walker talks to you about stalkers demonstrate obsessive behavior that concentrates on controlling the woman at all times and is inconsistent with making a new life, beginning a new relationship with a woman such as Paula Barberi, traveling away from home on business assignments. All of those things go against any idea of stalking that they would have you believe in this case. Dr. Walker will also tell you that there is a major, major, major difference between a wealthy person who gives gifts, someone who uses material possessions to gain power and control. And so the prosecution would have you believe that if Mr. Simpson gives Nicole Brown Simpson a gift, it's going to be bought and paid for. Nothing could be further from the truth. Let me give you an example of the testimony that will come out in this case. Before Mr. Simpson ever got married to his wife, he bought her a condominium in San Francisco and paid $500,000 for it and gave it to her free and clear in her name so she could have money up to $3,000 a month. He never, ever saw any of that money, wanted any of that money. There were no strings attached. This is before they got married. And later on in this discussion, I'm going to talk to you about what I call his circle of benevolence. Those who have come within the ambit and sphere of O.J. Simpson and his philanthropic largesse, what he's done for him. And there are many other things. This $500,000 condo, free and clear, he then gave her some more money to buy the condo on Bundy. These are all her own separate things while they're still separated. He asked for no control. She had her own bank accounts. He gave her $4,000 a month for food at the house. And he paid all of the bills when they were together. Let me talk about this circle of benevolence while we're on it right now. It extended not just to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, but to her family, to Mr. Lou Brown. He helped him become a Hertz licensee at the Ritz-Carlton in Laguna Beach for 7 years. The sisters, Dominique, he paid the tuition for Dominique for a couple of years at USC till she dropped out. Paid the tuition for Tanya, the other sister, I think, for San Diego State for a year or so till she dropped out. There's a cousin, Rolf Bauer, who worked for 7 years, Mr. O.J. Simpson's chicken franchise, Pioneer Chicken franchises. The mother, Juditha, was a travel agent. He gave her his business and encouraged his friends to do likewise. This man had a great relationship with his in-laws. He did wonderful things for them. Took them all on trips, paid their way, took them all out to dinner. They'd go to Hawaii and Cabo San Lucas. This is the same man that Mr. Darden was talking to you about. Mr. Darden says that she never worked. O.J. Simpson encouraged her to become a decorator. She became a decorator. He helped her get jobs from his friends. She redecorated the Rockingham house to the tune of $500,000. And he paid her. He paid his own wife a fee to decorate the house. This man that Darden was talking about, this man gives $5,000 every year to the Angel City Links, an inner city black organization. And the condition of his gift every year is it has to be anonymous, that he doesn't want to know he does that. The thing that he's perhaps proudest about are these next two things I'm going to tell you about. Number one is his mother, Eunice Simpson there. As soon as he was able, he bought her a house. She still lives in that house in San Francisco. This is a man, 47 years old, who grew up in the poor areas of San Francisco, in Potrero Hill, but he never forgot. Became rich and famous, but he didn't forget. So that to this day, he buys the uniforms for the kids at the Potrero Hill gymnasium where the kids go to work out. He still does that, even right now, even while in his jail cell. Bought his mother's house. You'll hear about those kinds of things. And the second thing he's most important, proud about, is that he had a child who drowned at a young age. That's always a tragedy, and you'll hear evidence about that. And the pronounced effect that it had upon him. And after that, he became involved in all these kind of pediatric endeavors. And he has participated in raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for Camp Good Time, for kids who have cancer. He's very proud about that. There's testimony and evidence about that. People who know him, not people who speculate about him, will come in and testify about those things. And so, when Dr. Walker tells you that for a wealthy person to give gifts doesn't mean you're exercising any control. One of the sisters needed some money, up to $5,000, and he gave it to the sister and her boyfriend. And the condition was, don't tell Nicole. It's a lot of control, isn't it? So when you hear about theories, I'm going to tell you about the facts. So you'll hear from Dr. Walker.